All right, testing, testing. How is it going, everybody? How's my volume? Am I too big? Am I too small? Am I just right? Um, yeah, let me know. Let me know about the volume levels. I want to get those adjusted before we begin here in a couple of minutes. For those of you who don't know, my name is Diego Salazar, also known as Rarar in the Monero circles, and I will be the host today. I'm quiet. No. No. Is there any way to turn myself up? Let's see. Let's see. Oh, yes, I can. I can turn myself up. All right. Hopefully that's a little bit better. So I am a worker for the core team, meaning that the core team has me do stuff. They say, Diego, get this done, and I get it done. And today I'm going to be hosting Grayhat for you guys. We've got some great stuff going on today, tomorrow, and the next day. Grayhat, for those of you who don't know, is they're a conference that they were the Texas Summit something or other. But now they are a part of. Sorry, I'm I've been working too hard trying to get this up and going, so my brain's a little fried. So I hope you'll forgive me for that. But they are at Grayhat now. You can go to grayhat.co, and the Monero village is not the only one that's part of it. They have plenty of other villages, such as the Red Team Village, Blue Team Village. They've got the IoT Village. They've got plenty of stuff going on there. They've got a Discord server. They've got a ticket you can purchase, or some of the content is streamable for free, such as this Monero Village, which you are watching right now. And for those of you who haven't paid anything, then you know that's the case. So I do recommend checking them out, grayhat.co. Let me put up the slideshow because we have their their Twitter and their Twitch and their YouTube and their website at the bottom there that you can see if you want to give that a look. Now, as you can see from this schedule that's flashing on your screen, I'm supposed to be starting right now with my blockchain and Monero for Scrubs. So if that's what you're here for, then you're in the right place. So without further ado, I'm actually going to go ahead and move over there, if that's okay with all of you. We do have 3 other talks today that I hope you saw on that schedule. Just real quick, I'm going to call them out. We've got a talk from Incognito, which is another privacy coin. They're working on a decentralized exchange, and they're going to be talking about that. They are up right after me, coming up in an hour. We have Arctic Mine, who's going to be talking about the impact. The title is The Impact of Adoption on Price and Transaction Fees in Monero, Models and Scenarios. So if you guys know Arctic Mine, this is his deal. This is his shebang. He's been given some expanded time to talk about that. He's been given an hour. So please be there for that if you're interested about the fine details of Monero fees and adoption. And then last but not least, we have a Spanish presentation given by Andres, who is an illustrator that is in the Monero community. He is going to be giving a presentation about Monero and how it works and what it is, but it's going to be in Spanish. So if you have any Spanish-speaking friends that you want to get in on this action, please do let them know, so they can come here and take a look at that. And that's going to be at 1400, 2 p.m. CDT. That's UTC minus 6? 5? It's UTC minus 5? I think it's UTC. Let me check. Hold on, it's right here. UTC minus 5. So Central Daylight Time. Oh man, daylight savings. Okay, I'm not going to get started on that. So we're going to go ahead and swap over to my presentation, if that's okay with everybody. So I have also been given an hour. Usually this is a 30-minute presentation that I kind of squeeze everything blockchain, Monero all into one thing. But because I've been given some slightly expanded time, I'm going to go ahead and kind of take my time focusing on blockchain and teasing out like the inner workings of that, as well as taking this on the second half, taking my time and expanding on Monero. And so I've actually done both presentations separately. So today you're going to see both of them together, which means that there's going to be a very jarring change in presentations halfway through, which I hope is okay with you guys. So let's go ahead and get started. Grayhat, thank you for having us. Thank you for getting us to come here and work with all of you guys and get all these speakers together. We always want good excuses to do things like this. So first, big shout out to Grayhat. Thank you for that. Okay, this is the Monero spiel. It's actually we're gonna start with blockchain. So for those of you who are just joining and who didn't hear my initial shebang, my name is Diego Salazar, also known as Rurar. I am your local quote unquote blockchain expert. And so we're going to be talking about blockchain. If you have any questions, please leave them in the chat. You can also leave them in our Discord channel. We have a Monero Village little text channel that you can go into the Grayhat server. So you can leave it in either of those, and I'll be watching both of those, and I can go ahead and answer them as we go ahead and move along. So this first screen that we got going on over here, Monero blockchain is made of 3 primary pillars, okay? And it may seem like just tell me how the technology works, Diego. Just tell me what it works and how it works and stuff. But it isn't really like that, because if you don't understand what blockchain was made for, then a lot of the weaknesses and a lot of the strengths are really going to go over your head. Blockchain is not good at everything. Blockchain is not going to change the world. Blockchain, it may change the world, but it may not change the world in a lot of the ways that blockchain people say it will. And a lot of this misinformation comes from the fact that people really don't know what blockchain was made for. They really don't know what the ideas behind it is. They really don't know its strengths and weaknesses, so they can't come to good conclusions about how best to apply this technology. And we really saw this in 2017 when there was a gigantic blockchain boom. That's when everybody heard of Bitcoin because the price just went up astronomically. And we also saw this, we're also seeing this now with some of this decentralized finance stuff that is going on. People really don't understand what blockchain is good at and what it's bad at. And so we start misapplying it by applying it to everything that we possibly can. So we're going to go over what is blockchain, why was it made, how has it evolved, what has changed, what is it good at, what is it bad at. So these 3 pillars, and we're going to go over each of them in turn. These 3 pillars are historical ethos, economics, and technology. This idea that each of these 3 things contribute something to the way blockchain is designed, and you can't just kind of throw any of them away without losing something. If you just take a pillar, a load-bearing pillar away from a wall, or a building, the whole thing is just going to collapse. And so these 3 pillars are absolutely pivotal. You have the ethos, the why it was made, the economic theory behind it, and then the technology, kind of how it's implemented in everyday life. So we're going to go ahead and start with that first pillar. The first place, historical ethos. The ethos, why was it made? What was the purpose, right? So I think pretty much everybody here has heard the name Satoshi Nakamoto, Satoshi, however you want to say it. He is the creator of Bitcoin. Nobody knows who he is. He worked on it for a couple of years, and then he kind of disappeared. He left, and nobody has heard from him since, and we still don't know who the identity of this person is. So Satoshi Nakamoto, he made this in the very first block. He put a timestamp and a message that was basically calling out the fact that the banks were about to be bailed out by the government, right? So this idea that he wanted something better. He wanted something more. And when we talk about economics, we're going to talk about kind of what exactly he was looking at and why this is a big deal. So we're going to get to that with the economics, but we're still at the heart portion, right? We're still at the heart portion. So but why he chose to implement this with technology, why he chose to try to change the world by putting out software. This is something that is somewhat common. We hear this all the time out of Silicon Valley. It's like, oh, this is going to change the industry, or this is going to do this. The world is going to change through technology. We all kind of have heard this over the past several years about how technology is going to be changing our world. But there is a group of people called the cypherpunks. Okay, cypher with a PH. The group of people called cypherpunks, and they have this understanding. They have this idea that technology in and of itself is not going to change this world. Technology can be misapplied, technology can be abused, technology can be weaponized against people. Technology itself is not going to save us. So what do we do about this fact? What do we do about this fact that there are weak points in every technology, there are pressure points in every technology for governments or hackers or all sorts of people to really just mess things up for other people and weaponize them against others, particularly marginalized people groups or the average Joe? We hear it all the time how data leaks and these things have happened. And who are the people that suffer? The people that suffer the most are those of us that are on the bottom. So cypherpunks are like, technology is great. Technology can do great things and technology can move us forward, but it has to be applied in a certain way. So because there is this thing called the human attack vector. Okay, and the human attack vector is this idea that humans are, especially humans in power, are corrupt and corruptible. And if there is anything out there that we can sink our little claws into to corrupt it, many times we will, to our own benefit and often to the detriment of others. This is also true. Sometimes this is especially true with technology. So we can't just throw technology at every single problem, because there is always the human attack vector of people who are willing, corrupt people, who are willing to sink their claws into whatever we've done, whatever we've made, whatever we've built, whatever infrastructure exists in order to, extract what they can from the little guy. We see this in every realm of life. We see this in politics. We see this in economics. We see this in markets. We see this all over the place. And we all know it to be true because we have all experienced this in some way or another. And an example of something that kind of tries to combat this is floss. No, not the thing that you floss your teeth with, although that's the image that I chose for this. Floss meaning free, libre, open source software, right? So one of the ideas, let's give a very practical example of the way that corruption can hurt us. And it's something that we may not think of as inherently corrupt, but it can be used in a corrupt way. So just the idea that software can be charged for, right? If I make software, I can release it and I can charge money for it. Now, this is not inherently bad. I'm not here to take a position, the free market versus this is no, right? This is not inherently bad, to profit off of the work that you have made. But if we start looking at, the fact that salaries in the first world, I might be able to afford Photoshop, for example, for $30 a month, but somebody in Venezuela who they are making dollars a month as like their entire salary. If Adobe does not adjust their pricing for these people, then they are not going to be able to afford Photoshop. And if they're designers and Photoshop is the industry standard, then they're not going to be able to potentially make a living. So what are they going to do? Maybe they're going to pirate it, or any of these. They have a few different options, right? But free open source software is this idea that we're going to put out software that I made for free for everybody. And anybody can use it and anybody can do things with it. Now, in my case, I am a designer, so this is why I gravitate to things like Photoshop, GIMP, and stuff like that. And I'm not necessarily saying that GIMP is okay to become the industry standard, or I'm not putting any value on any software. But what I do know is that because free open source software exists, we are able to give things to people that wouldn't have otherwise had it. And they're able to do things they wouldn't have otherwise been able to do. So this is not just using technology to change the world. It's using technology in a specific way. In this case, it's the way that we give it away, or in the way that we charge for it or not charge for it, that is making a difference, right? So, and I do have a personal anecdote that I would like to share, in that I was contacted on Telegram. If any of you have been on the cryptocurrency Telegram community, you know that scams are rampant. I was contacted by a scammer, and the funny thing is I started actually talking with this scammer there was a real person behind this one, not a bot, and he lived in Africa, and he scammed because he didn't really have anything else that he could do. And so I decided because I'm a designer, I decided that I would give him a shot at teaching him design and maybe pay him in cryptocurrency to do work for me. He wasn't able to afford Photoshop, so we started him off with GIMP, which is a free open source software alternative to Photoshop, another design software. And he was able to download that, and he was able to start going on that. He ultimately decided that, design was not quite for him. Maybe scamming was much more in his league. But so he and I parted ways. But the fact that we were able to give this a shot was something so powerful. This is something life-changing. This is something that can change the world because technology is applied in a certain way. Okay, so I'm going to jump back to cypherpunks. You're going to see this couple of slides over here. I'm going to jump back to cypherpunks, and I'm going to give it a definition here. Okay, so cypherpunks is this idea that we apply, usually through math and cryptography, we apply technology that cannot be tampered with in order to get rid of the possibility of human corruption. Okay, let me say this again. We apply technology that cannot be tampered with, as close as we can get to it not being tampered with. So that way, we can avoid human corruptions. That way humans can't just come in and say, oh, no, I'm going to change all this and change the way that this happens. This is very, very hard, right? We're using technology which has weak points itself to try to compensate for human weak points. So really, it's a trade-off thing where we're trading off human weakness for technological weakness. And if the technology is weak enough, then human weakness seeps in anyways, right? So this is very difficult to get right. But an example of this is Bitcoin. Because Bitcoin is something that, right, the money cannot be taken from you unless you have your private key. So when you have your private key, you can spend it. If we think about banks, right, I have money in the bank. Technically, they can do whatever they want with that money. It's not really my money until it's in my hands. And people have come across this time and again when they go to their banks and their banks are like, oh, sorry, we can only give out this much money or only on this much days. And you're like, well, I need all of it now, or I need this here, or blah, 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 blah. And they're like, well, sorry, we can't really do that. Because even though it's your money, you're not really controlling it. They're controlling it, right? Whereas with something like Bitcoin, if you have your keys, it doesn't matter what time of the day it is. It doesn't matter, what date it is. If it's a holiday across the world where you are, if you have your keys, you can spend the money, or you can move the money, or you can do whatever you want with this money, right? So cypherpunk is this idea that we are trying to make things as tamper-proof as possible so that human corruption does not seep in, so that humans do not tamper with it because it's tamper-proof. If you would like to look more into this, I think it's a really, really neat idea. It's one that I definitely subscribe to. It's not perfect. It has its own ideological and philosophical weaknesses, mostly centering around the philosophical and ideological weaknesses of technology as a whole. But it's definitely something worth looking into. And it was the idea that started off Bitcoin. Okay, so why is this important? Remember, we're talking about blockchain. Diego, why are you giving me an ideology thing? I'm here to learn how blockchain works. Okay, well, the reason this is important is because when blockchain was designed, it was designed with these ideals in mind. It was designed to be, one, tamper-proof, but it's designed to change the world by not allowing humans to come in and corrupt the technology, or to corrupt the economics, or to corrupt any of these kinds of things, right? So it was not designed as a stock. It was not designed as a Ponzi scheme. It was not designed as a get-rich-quick scheme. It was not designed as something that people just throw around and trade, and, that's kind of what blockchain has become, but that's not what it was designed for. And this is very important because it was not designed for this, but it's become something completely different, right? Obviously, there are other different kinds of blockchains and things that people have made, blockchain 2.0, 3.0, 4.0. The designs of those I can't account for. I can't say, all this stuff I'm telling you applies to that as well. But what I can tell you is things like Bitcoin and Monero, they were designed for a very specific purpose. They were designed with cypherpunk ideals in mind. All right, moving forward. We're going to move on to the second pillar. We're going to move on to economics. Sorry about that little philosophy aside. If it seems like an aside to you, it's not. We're going to wrap all of this up together here at the end. But economics. Bitcoin, the very first one, was designed to be money. Money is inherently about economics, right? But it's designed with a very specific kind of economics in mind. It's not designed to just be a one-for-one replacement to the dollars or the euros or the whatever that are in your pocket. It's not designed to just be, this is a slightly alternative thing. No, it was actually designed to be radically different on the economic level. So we're going to go ahead and put a stop here to ask this question. Value. What gives something value? Usually at this point, if I'm live, if I'm, at an actual audience, I'll stop and I'll ask people, what do you think? What do you think? What gives something value? So we're going to take a second here, and I just want you to think about that. We all have value attributed to things, whether it's personal things or things that everybody thinks is valuable. What is it that gives something value? The biggest thing that gives something value is that we agree it has value. Okay, so if that seems a little confusing, then let me go ahead and give an example. Let's say I play some sort of online game that has some sort of online currency, right? I always like to, even though I didn't play these as a kid, I wanted to, like Neopets, Club Penguin, all of these, online little games that have their own currencies that you can buy in-game things with. And let's say that you have eggs and I want eggs. So because I play this game, right, I have all of this currency and you have eggs. And I want your eggs. So I come to you and say, hey, I'm kind of starving over here. Can I have some of your eggs? And you say, okay, what are you willing to trade me for them? I say, well, I have these Club Penguin points. I don't know if that's what they're actually called, but I have these Club Penguin points. I'm willing to give them to you in exchange for your eggs. Let's say that you do play this game. You're an avid Club Penguin player. In fact, it's your favorite thing in the world. You're like, yes, I see these points. I want these points. These things are good. I am willing to give you my eggs in exchange for these. Okay, so we have agreement between us that these Club Penguin points have value. And the value is however much we decide in terms of eggs Club Penguin points is worth. But on the flip side, if you don't play this game, you have no interest in online games and computer games, you don't want to get into it, it's not your thing, you're like, I'm not really sure. I don't really think I want this. So I'm going to go ahead and keep my eggs, or you can make me an alternative offer. Now, there is no agreement between us that there is value. There is no agreement between us that these Club Penguin points have any value. So they don't. I think they still do because I play the game, but you don't. And so really it's agreement between two parties that something has value. Otherwise, it's not going to happen. Really, when we look at gold, when we look at all these things, right, we agree that these things have value. We agree that these things have value. But there's something else that plays into it. Ultimately, this thing does feed into agreement, so it is kind of a step up as opposed to another baseline level thing. But another thing is scarcity, okay? So let's look at sand. Sand is not scarce. If you and I were to go on a beach and I say, hey, I want some of your eggs, I reach down and scoop up some sand and I say, here you go. You can have some of this. Well, you're going to reach down and scoop up some sand and you're going to say, I am just as rich as you are in sand. Sand is not scarce. Nobody values sand. It's everywhere, right? So because it's everywhere, nobody agrees that it has any value. Now, scarcity is not... The reason that I say scarcity ultimately feeds into agreement is because scarcity itself can oftentimes be artificial. For example, when they only make 10 of a certain Fender electric guitar, right? And they could have made more. There's nothing that says... There was no law, there was no gun to their head, there was no lack of resources that they could not have made more than 10 of these guitars, but they only decided to make 10 of these guitars to have artificial scarcity, right? So it is scarce, but it's not really. And also, even though it is scarce, anyone who's not a guitar enthusiast is not going to buy it because it's not going to be worthwhile to them. It's not going to mean anything to them. They might buy it to sell it later, and in that case, there is kind of agreement that it has value. But some people are like, you know what, I can buy a $100 guitar that will play just as good as this super rare one. But on the flip side, you have things like gold, or you have other natural resources that are scarce, and people do agree that those have value. So scarcity does play a role, but it ultimately feeds into agreement. Okay. So why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about value and scarcity and what all of this means? Okay, because Bitcoin was made with scarcity in mind. There's these same two things, agreement and scarcity, also apply to something like Bitcoin. And don't worry, we're going to get to Monero. The reason we start with Bitcoin is, one, it's the first. Two, it's kind of the simplest, and Monero builds on top of it. So if you kind of understand Bitcoin, you have really good building blocks for getting to Monero. So we're going to get there. But Bitcoin was designed with scarcity in mind, and also with kind of this whole agreement of value in mind. So starting with the agreement, if any of you spend any time in cryptocurrency circles and watch the markets, then you understand these cryptocurrencies fluctuate in value up and down day after day, sometimes up 30%, sometimes down 30%, sometimes up 1%, sometimes down 1%, right? And this is because people have, as a whole, on a global scale, on a market level, people have different ideas about what something is worth. And of course, we have people trying to leverage that, people trying to make money off of that, people trying to hold on to their coins because they expect them to get better in the future. All of these things play a role. But Bitcoin was made to be scarce, because Bitcoin was made off of this thing called Austrian economics, and I'm not going to give any opinions on how correct or incorrect Austrian economics is, but this idea of, they have this idea of hard money, which is, you know, money that is scarce, money that cannot just be made willy-nilly. And if we look at the dollar, right, if we look at fiat, the euro, any of these things, in fact, this just happened recently because of the coronavirus situation and people staying at home, the government was able to print and print and print and print a ton of money, trillions of dollars, to put into circulation, to, you know, give people money to try to survive. That's what happened here in America, where I am. They gave us, you know, $1,200 per person. But to do that, they had to print money. Now, for those of you who don't really know what inflation is this idea that it plays right into the scarcity. The more plentiful something is, the less valuable it is. The more plentiful something is, the less valuable it is, right? We just talked about that with sand and gold, scarcity, right? So when we think about it, when the government prints more dollars, there is now more dollars in circulation. There's more dollars in existence. Now every existing dollar is a little less valuable. Every existing dollar is a little less valuable. This is why, you know, we all know inflation means that things cost more, right? I could get a burger for 25 cents if I lived 60 years ago. Now a burger is $3 to $5. Okay. This is because there are more dollars in existence now than there were 60 years ago. And because of that, each individual dollar is valued, agreed upon to be less valuable. And to compensate for that, merchants raise their prices so they get the same amount of value, even though they have to charge more for it. They're not actually getting more value out of the dollar. They're getting the same amount of value out of the dollar. So with this in mind, I, as a person, have no control over how much the government prints at any point in time. Every time they print money, my existing money becomes less valuable. So in fact, I should go to them and I should say, hey, stop printing money. You're making my money less valuable, but the spending power is less. But I don't have any of this control. I don't have control over who does this. They do. The government, whoever they are, right? The Fed, people have different. I'm not going to get into this, and I'm not trying to start any conspiracy theories either, because I'm not one theorist. But you know, I don't control this. The government does, and the government is comprised of who? People, humans, corruptible human people. Now, if we go back to cypherpunk, right? We know that humans are corrupt. We know that power corrupts, and we know that sometimes people can do things for their own gain. So it is possible, and has probably happened in the past, not just with us, but with other countries, that people have printed off money, have made money, have caused inflation for their own gain, for their own purposes, at the cost of the little guys like us. Now my money is worth less. So Bitcoin was designed to only have a certain amount of coins that will ever be in existence as enforced by the protocol. It will only have a certain amount of coins to ever come into existence. This means that after a certain point in time, there will be no more Bitcoin. And this is enforced by the protocol. Humans cannot come in and mess it up. Humans can't come in and kind of poke around at it and make more Bitcoins and generate more, causing inflation. It's enforced by the protocol. Nobody can make any more. This is one of the ways, like this is kind of a cypherpunk ideal, going back to that, where we are trying to enforce through math and cryptography things so that humans can't come in, so the government can't come in and go, oh, we're going to make more Bitcoin because we want to print more Bitcoin, which would be at the cost of everybody else's Bitcoin. They can't do that. As enforced by the protocol and everybody running the software and everybody in agreement, there will be no more, what was it, 21, 22 million Bitcoin, something like that. I don't pay much attention to Bitcoin, but there will be no more than that 21 or 22 million to ever come into existence. In this way, we are trying to block out the human attack vector. We're trying to say, no, government, powers that be, whoever you are, you can't come in here and just make more, because we all as a people agree that this is what Bitcoin is. So Bitcoin is going to be scarce. It is going to be valuable according to them. This was the thinking. I'm not positing these as factual truths. This is the thinking that went into making Bitcoin, how it works and why it works, right? Okay, technology. If you're like, okay, Diego, we went through a philosophical discussion. We went through an economical discussion. I still don't know how blockchain works on the technological fundamental level. Okay, well, now we've got there. Right? Now we've got that. The reason it's important to go through all that other stuff first is because now we can see why some of these decisions have been made. We can see why some of these technological decisions have been made, why it was constructed and designed in this way. Okay? So Before we talk about technology, let's take a quick step back. And then all of you are now giving a great big sigh because we have taken a quick step back several times at this point. We're going to take a quick step back. We're going to talk about databases and trust. I think everybody attending a hacker conference knows what a database is, but for those of you who don't or are watching this later, a database is just a place on the computer where we can store information so that way it can be retrieved later, either by an application or a human or what have you, right? So a database might be about people's hair color, kind of be a silly database for me, but those will probably exist. Diego has brown hair, George has yellow hair, blonde hair, and we have all of the people that are inside of our club or whatever the scope of our database is, and all of their hair colors. We could also have all of their eye colors. We can have all of these things, right? It's just a place so that way maybe in the future I'll type in, what is Diego's hair color? And it will give me an answer back. Databases are our entire world nowadays. Databases are absolutely everywhere. Everything is a database. When you go to Amazon and you're scrolling through the products, this is a big, gigantic database. And inside each item, inside this database is each item, and inside each item is what are the reviews, what are the pictures, what is the description, what are the different kinds, is there red or blue, is there a sale going on, what is the price? All of this is stored in this big gigantic database. And databases, as I said, they run our world, but they require trust. They require trust. All databases have a database maintainer, an administrator, somebody who has administrative powers that can go in there and change whatever they want, whenever they want, right? Some databases are changeable by multiple people. Some databases are changeable by one person. Protecting your databases is a huge area, information security, InfoSec. Protecting your databases is such a big deal, but it does require trust, because if I hire an untrustworthy administrator for my databases, then they might go in there and change things for their own gain. Okay. Now, in my hypothetical hair color database, if I've got an administrator for this database and he went in there and changed Diego's hair color to blonde, is the world going to end? No. For this silly database, it kind of doesn't matter. For Amazon, if they get a bad administrator, right, this guy might go in there and he might find a $1,000 TV, and he might go into the database. He's like, oh, okay, now that's worth $20. And then he purchases it for himself, and then he puts it back up to $1,000. So he just made a ton of money. I mean, he saved a ton of money, right? This would happen if you have untrustworthy databases. So this is why you have a bunch of people like, oh, here are my credentials, and, I'm very trustworthy. You should hire me. But you're not just trusting in your administrators. You're also trusting in their competence, right? You're trusting in the walls that they put up. Why? Because there are third parties. There are hackers who want to get in there. They also want to change the TV price to $20, so that way they can get it for themselves, or they want to steal information or do whatever it is that the hacker wants to do. And you're trusting that the administrator of this database is a sane, competent person who is going to be putting up effective firewalls and protecting your database well. Even if he's a trustworthy person, but he is an incompetent person, the database could be compromised by hackers, and you might lose out on money, or your information might be leaked, or what have you. So for Amazon and for my little stupid, hair color thing, this might not be a massive deal, but when we think about the fact that our banks, our money also run on databases, right? When I go into a bank and I give them $5 to put into my savings account, they don't get that $5, pull out the Diego box and put it in there. And then when I come back and say, hey, I need $5, they don't pull out the Diego box and get the $5, same one, and give it back to me, right? They kind of put it in this pool of money that may or may not exist due to fractional reserve banking, but we're not going to talk about that. They put it in this pool of money, and they update my database. Diego has X amount of dollars. So I can go to any bank of the same branch, in theory, anywhere on any street in any city, and I say, hey, I need $5. And they just look on the database. Oh, Diego has $5. Okay. So they get that $5 and they give it to me. It's not the same $5, especially if I'm in a different city. The odds of it being the same are very low. But it's all done on the database, so they just give that to me. Okay. But Hold on, wait, no. Okay, we're going to still talk. So that's the trust element of databases. You have to trust in the administrator that they're not corrupt, and you have to trust in their competence that they're not going to ruin everything for you. This is where blockchain comes in, because blockchain says we don't like that trust. Trust means it is a ripe ground for human corruption, and we don't like that. So what do? How do we solve this problem? How do we solve this problem of trust? How do you solve this problem that databases inherently require somebody somewhere to be in charge of it? You can't have a database that nobody's in charge of, because then nobody would be able to write to it. Typical businesses have, the least authority model, where if you don't need write access to the base, if you don't need access to the base to change it, you're not going to get it. Only the bare minimum of people to make sure that human attack vector is as low as possible. But blockchain tried something different. Bitcoin did something different. Satoshi kind of made a different kind of idea. He said, what if, so that way we don't have to trust someone, we trust everyone, which means ultimately we trust no one. Now that's kind of confusing, but let's go ahead and tease that out there, okay? It's this idea that we are going to make this database available to everybody. Anyone who wants a copy of this database can have it. Everyone can have it. It's for everybody. If you want, you want a copy? Here, you go. You want a copy? Here, you go. So now that everybody has a copy of this database, everyone can kind of look in and see what's in there. So in this case, it's ledger information or money information. Diego has 10 Bitcoin. I don't. I wish I did. But Diego has 10 Bitcoin. George has 5 Bitcoin. We can see how much everybody has, right? Everybody has the database. And so because everyone has the database, if I'm trying to be sneaky and I say, haha, Diego has 10, no, Diego has 20. If I edit my version of the database to say, now Diego has 20 Bitcoin instead of 10, I really don't, but I edit my version to make it seem like I do. If I was in a bank, then perhaps I could get away with it. There's laws against it, and they have security measures, but maybe if I'm sneaky enough, I might be able to get away with it, right? But on the blockchain, I'm like, haha, I now have 20 Bitcoin. But the rest of you who are on the network who also have a version of the database, you're going to look at your version, and you're going to say, yeah, see, Diego, in my version, you still have 10. And I talked with my friend, and he says that you still have 10. And we talked with a bunch of people, and we all agree you have 10. Because, see, I only changed my version. If I want to fool the whole network, I have to hack everybody who has the database, or at least a vast majority of them, so when they check with each other, they can say, oh, yeah, and in my opinion, Diego has 20, right? So I have to not just change my version of the database, but I have to change a ton of people's, and the more people that are on the network and stuff, the stronger it's going to become. Now, it doesn't work 100% this way. There's things like mining and stuff, which we're not going to get into because it's a little too technical for this talk, but this is kind of the basic gist of how this works. So no longer do we have to trust that the administrator is honest and not corrupt, because if I am corrupt and I change my database, it doesn't matter because none of you guys agree that I have what I say that I have. We also don't have to trust in my competence as an administrator, because if a hacker doesn't like me, they're like, oh, Diego has 10. No, now he hacks into my version of the database and says that no, now he has 0, right? He didn't steal my money. He just edited my database to say that I have 0. And I'm freaking out. I open my wallet. I'm like, oh no, I lost all my Bitcoins. I lost all of this, right? So I go and I check with my friends, and they're like, yeah, but see, in our version, you still have 10. And I talked with friend 1 and friend 2 and friend 3, and we all agree that you still have 10. So I go, oh, okay. I delete my version of the database because it's wrong, and I re-download it. I take it from my friend. But I don't even have to trust my friend, because this is a weak point for human corruption, right? Maybe he feeds me a bad version of the database. If I'm suspicious of him, I can download from 2 people or 3 people or 4 people or 5 people or 6 people and compare all these to each other and see, okay, yeah, all of these are pretty much the same thing. So I think that I'm getting the correct version of the database. If I want to have 0 trust, I can download from everybody on the network and compare all of these databases that I can with myself, and make sure that I have the definitive correct version because I downloaded and compared from everybody. So I don't have to trust anybody if I don't want to. This isn't what most people do because that would require a lot of bandwidth, a lot of space, a lot of what have you, right? And speaking of space, this is one of the drawbacks. This is one of the weaknesses of blockchain. Everybody has a copy of the database. Everybody. So we try to keep that information small because with each new information added, with each new update to the ledger, now Diego has this much, now this person has this much, that goes to everybody. And everybody has to download it, and everybody has to store it. What if Amazon had their database as a blockchain? I would never be able to run an Amazon node, or which is node just means a copy of the blockchain database, because my computer is not big enough to house all of their items and all of their pictures and all of their reviews and all of their everything. If Amazon ran on a blockchain, only huge, gigantic companies would be able to run or to be able to have a copy of that database. I'd only be able to have a small fraction of it, right? So one of the weaknesses in this blockchain model, as opposed to databases, is that it's very cost intensive. So we try to keep things as small as possible. Ledger information is very good. It's just numbers. It's just little itty bitty numbers moving back and forth. Not huge amounts, but still big. Excuse me. But there is another issue. There's another big issue. So that's kind of a very, very top-down overlook of how blockchain works, the idea behind it. Once again, it's not 100% exact, but hopefully you have a bit of a better understanding now. There is one big trade-off, though, and that is the privacy trade-off. In a typical database, when I log into my bank account, I can only see my money. I can't see everybody else's money who banks with that bank, right? Because I only have access to my stuff. The administrator can see everything. They have to be able to see everything. But everybody else can only access their things. But this is not true with a blockchain, because now everybody's the administrator. Everybody has a copy. Everybody can look into it and see things. So you can see Diego has this much Bitcoin. There is a trade-off here. Okay, it's not all just, okay, Bitcoin solved the problem. Yes, they solved the trust problem, but at cost of privacy. Also at cost of efficiency, but at cost of privacy, because now everybody can see how much everybody has. We think, here at Monero, we think that's kind of not an acceptable trade-off. There's a lot of reasons why privacy would be ideal to have in these kinds of scenarios, right? Because let's say I go to a shady part of town. There's a taco truck that I really, really like. I go and I use my Bitcoin to buy from this taco truck. They see Diego, who has this much money, sent however much a taco's worth to the vendor. And the vendor looks and the vendor sees, Diego actually has a lot of money, because he sees where it's coming from. Diego has a lot of money. He looks in his version of the database where the money came from, and he goes, oh man, he's got 100 Bitcoins, which is worth a lot of money. He's going to send his cousins from the barrio to come and mug me and take my private keys, and now I have no money, right? So there's a lot of reasons why privacy would be important. This isn't a privacy talk, but there are plenty of privacy talks, and I hope I don't have to convince people at a hacker conference that privacy is important. So this trade-off is not something that is acceptable to us. Hence why we worked on Monero. Now, one thing before I jump into the Monero portion of this, privacy is very, very hard to get right under regular circumstances, under typical database circumstances, right? We hear about leaks happening all the time, people's private information, and this is under a model where theoretically only administrators can see everything. But because of their incompetence or corruption or whatever, right, certain things leak and people's private information gets out there. Privacy is very hard to get right. It's even harder to get right in an open, distributed system like blockchain. The reason I stress this is because there are so many coins out there, privacy coins, right? People are like, oh, the privacy coins, the privacy coins this. They really have no idea how privacy works. Okay, privacy is its own discipline. Blockchain is a discipline. Privacy is its own discipline. And people think, well, because I'm good at this one blockchain technological thing, I should probably be good at this other privacy technological thing. And no, they're very different. And putting the two together, it's even harder. Privacy is very hard to get right. So I work with Monero and for Monero, but Monero doesn't have all the answers. There are trade-offs in the ways that we do things also. Monero doesn't have all the answers. And so I'm not coming here to say Monero's best coin, every other coin is shit coin, right? I stick with Monero because they have really good research people. They have really good development people, right? Really working hard to try to stay ahead in the cat and mouse game that is privacy. And I believe this is a worthwhile pursuit. But by no means do we have everything figured out. Okay, Monero spiel. Let's go ahead and jump. As I said, we're going to be in for a jarring change of... yeah, there we go. Can you see that? The new slides? Yeah, okay, showed up on the YouTube. We have a somewhat jarring change of theme here, but I hope that's okay with you guys because Monero is it's black, it's dark. No, it's really not. It's money. Money is a tool. Money is a tool that can be used for good. Money is a tool that can be used for evil. Monero, the sneakiest of monies. Who or what is Monero? Monero is a cryptocurrency, as you probably know, that we have kind of two wings that we are uncompromising on. We are uncompromising on decentralization, and we are uncompromising on privacy. These are the two things that we never want to say, okay, well, let's have a trade-off that comes at the cost of either of these two things, right? We don't want there to be any cost to decentralization. We don't want there to be any cost to privacy. A lot of people, when they implement new technology into the blockchain, it says, well, it makes it so it's a little bit more centralized, but we think the trade-off is worth it. Or it makes it so it's a little less private, but the trade-off is worth it, we think, right? And they're making their trade-offs. Everybody makes their trade-offs. Monero's philosophy is we don't want to compromise on decentralization, and we don't want to compromise on privacy. Any technology that we add to Monero has to fit in that framework. The example is the proof of work. I said I'm not going to get too far into mining, but the idea is that proof of work is the way that we kind of solidify blocks and make sure that each block on the blockchain is what it needs to be. And if you have heard anything about Bitcoin mining and the word ASICs, well, there's this idea that there are these machines that are very, very good at mining, and you need to buy them. You can't just do it on your regular computer anymore. You need to buy very specific machines to be competitive in the game. This is a centralizing thing because not everybody can afford to buy them, for one. For two, not everyone can afford to make them. And those that can afford to make them have a great edge. And those that can afford to buy them have a great edge at the cost of the rest of us, right? So Monero adopted a proof of work algorithm that is ASIC resistant, meaning that we can... It's really difficult to make specific hardware just for mining. Now, anyone can do it on their computer and have a competitive chance within reason, depending on how many other miners are in the network. Because we don't like that element of centralization where you need to have money or you need to have resources or you need to have certain manufacturing plants, which very few people do, to be competitive in mining. We want it to be accessible and available to everybody. So everybody can secure the network and everybody can maybe get the block reward. Yeah, green. What about that green? When I say green, I mean money. How does Monero, and this is another example of how we're not willing to compromise on decentralization. How does Monero get money? I know those of you old school hackers, you lived in the old school open source software days where you didn't get money, right? You had donations or any of these kinds of things, or you just did it for free. Right nowadays with cryptocurrencies, even though most of them are open source, you've probably heard the term ICO, initial coin offering, where people sell their coins and make a good amount of money, real money, not their fake money. So that way they can work on their stuff, or they take a pre-mine, meaning that they mine by themselves for a little while to get a certain percentage of the coins that will ever exist. Monero knows that each of these things is a centralization factor, right? Because the person that has the money can control the development, can control the research to a degree. So Monero has decided to do things a different way, where we, first of all, have no leaders. We are we have a core team, but they're not really anybody's boss, right? They don't really, many times they don't really do anything, but you didn't hear it from me. And we didn't take an ICO. We didn't take a pre-mine. Really, we have something called a CCS, a community crowdfunding system, where anytime somebody has a cool idea about something they want to do for Monero or make for Monero. Oops, sorry, I'm getting bad audio. Is it cutting out? Let me turn myself down just a bit so I don't clip. I apologize for that. Hopefully that'll be a little bit better. But okay, cool. We have a community crowdfunding system. If somebody has an idea of something they want to contribute to Monero that will require money, they put up a proposal that says, hey, I'm willing to do this thing for X amount of Monero, and it gets crowdfunded. If the community likes it, they donate the money to that proposal to see it done, right? So all of it is done in the old school, hardcore FOSS way of donations. There's no free money for anybody or free anything for anyone, because the other way is a centralization factor, and centralization has potential for human corruption. And as the Monero community is very full of cypherpunks, we're not down with that whole human corruption. So because we don't really have any leaders, how does anything get done? Too often on Telegram, I get messaged by people, hey, I want to talk with your marketing department. Hey, who's the CEO? I want to talk with him. We don't have any of those things. We're not a corporation. There's no foundation or nonprofit or business behind us, right? We're a bunch of people with a passion about privacy that want to see that privacy trade-off that I was talking about earlier. We want to see that made right. We want to see it so that way it doesn't have to be that way. We think we can have both that trustlessness that comes with blockchain as well as the privacy that comes from typical databases, and we have to have clever thinking to make that actually happen. So we have what are called work groups, where basically you have a bunch of people that are like, oh, I like marketing, oh, I like marketing, oh, I like marketing, and all these people kind of come together and make a marketing work group, where without anybody's permission, without needing anybody's, explicit go ahead, they can go ahead and just start marketing Monero however they see fit. This happened for the Monero website, the Get Monero website. The Get Monero website is really just a conglomeration of a bunch of users contributing to the content of it. And so if you go to getmonero.org, it's pretty neat. I did the design, some other people did the content, some other people have added some user guides, right? So there's all sorts of things that are happening there. It's very interesting. The mobile wallets that we have are actually not from the same team, from the same people that made the desktop wallets, right? We have Monero, which is up there on the top right, which is an Android wallet. It's a very fun Android wallet for Monero. This was made by like one guy, and he just kind of showed up out of nowhere. He's like, oh, here's a mobile wallet I made. And it was at a time when we didn't have any mobile wallets. So he didn't really work with anybody. I got him together with a couple of designers in the community, and the designers made a neat little design for him to implement. He made kind of the base code, and they made the designs. And through this volunteer work, we had our first mobile wallet just kind of out of nowhere. It's really interesting. So Monero doesn't kind of have that whole leadership thing. The community is kind of run that way. We have a talk tomorrow. It's a very interesting talk from one of the moderators of the community, and he's going to be talking about how do you moderate? How do you enforce in a decentralized community? What does it even mean to moderate and to enforce rules in a community that is supposed to be decentralized? It's going to be very interesting. He's got a lot of really neat stuff going on. That is tomorrow. You're probably going to want to be here for that. But yeah, our community is very decentralized. We're from all over the world. A lot of people are anonymous. And that's fine. That's the way they want to be. We really value our privacy. Okay, now we're getting to the technology portion. I just wanted to quickly blaze through that. I've got about 10 minutes left. Now we're getting to the portion, how do we solve this privacy trade-off that I was discussing earlier? How do we solve this? As I mentioned and as I alluded to before, it's not easy. And the solution that we have is not perfect. We think that it gives the best practical everyday privacy in the cryptocurrency space right now, but there's definite room for improvement. This was just a slide that I say privacy is really, really hard. So we have a three-prong approach to privacy. Okay, we have a three-prong approach to privacy. We have one technology that defends, that hides, it obscures the outputs, the actual outputs that are spent, the sender. You can think of it like the sender. We have one technology that hides the sender, which is ring signatures. We have one technology that hides the amounts, which is ring CT. And we have another technology that hides the receiver, that are stealth addresses, right? Each of these things individually is not damning, right? So if we have all of these three things in the clear, Diego sends 10 Monero to George. Sender, Diego. Amount, 10. Receiver, George. You can learn a lot from this. You can apply a lot of, corrupt governments can apply a lot of pressure. People can lose their jobs, their money, their lives even, their freedom. It's happened before in more oppressive regimes where you have people, it's like, oh, we know that you sent money here. You're going to jail. So we don't want any of these things to leak. We don't want the sender to leak. We don't want the receiver to leak, and we don't want the amounts to leak. There's much more metadata that we're trying to also hide, but these are kind of the big three of any transaction. Any transaction definitely composes of these three things. We do have articles that are written, some very neat articles. If you want to take a deep dive into any of these technologies, I will not have time to cover. I mean, I've got like 5 minutes left, so I really am not going to have time to cover pretty much anything. But we have some great resources in the community if you want to kind of start poking at some of these things and seeing what they do. But yeah, ring signatures is this idea that you're hiding the sender amongst a number of other possible senders in a ring. Any of them could be the potential sender, and it's really difficult, if not impossible in some cases, to identify who the real sender is. You're hiding in a crowd. You're hiding in a crowd of people. And then ring CT kind of encrypts the amount and stealth addresses as well. So that way on the blockchain, if you go look on the blockchain, you really don't get much information. You see a transaction occurred at this time, but you don't know who did it. You don't know where it's going, and you don't know what the amount is. And any of these things, all of these things are susceptible to some kinds of attacks, many of them to attacks that don't attack the technology directly, right? If I can identify that Diego was on the internet connected to the Monero blockchain network at certain time, and a transaction happened around certain time, then maybe it was him. That's called a timing attack. It doesn't really look at any of these things, but so there are other attacks that are possible, but Monero does a pretty good job of obscuring this information. Because metadata kills, right? People have been killed for metadata. And even sometimes just knowing the fact that a transaction was made is enough to get somebody in trouble in certain areas of the world. So privacy is very important. Like I said, there's sometimes, for us in the first world, a lack of privacy many times just means targeted ads, which, we could maybe live with. But in other places, as I said before, there could be a loss of money, a loss of freedom, or a loss of life. This is something that you have to, that we as a community, we take seriously. Sometimes we have to think like there are lives in the hands of our technology. So we really need to make it in such a way that is cypherpunk, that is resistant to human, that is resistant to corruption. It's really tough. Privacy is really hard. It's a job we take seriously, but we also have a lot of fun. So I would say to come give us a look. I'm not going to be able to expand on this very, very much. Really, Monero it's a game of worldviews. When I talk about, I've gone to several conferences, especially before coronavirus. I haven't gone to one since it happened, but when I sit at the tables and I talk with people about Monero, if they already believe that privacy is important, that it's a human right, that it's extremely important for safety and for all sorts of reasons, then Monero becomes a no-brainer for them, especially when they understand how open and transparent regular blockchains like Bitcoin are. They're like, oh, I didn't know. Most people don't know it's that transparent. They don't know that everyone can see where your money goes. And when you talk to them about privacy, Monero just makes sense if they already understand. But if people aren't on the same page, you know what? If you got nothing to hide, you have nothing to worry about, blah blah blah, right? Then talking to them about Monero, you can shill them all you want, but like they're never gonna get it. This is something that you really do have to kind of be in the right headspace. You really do have to understand that privacy is important for people, for freedom, to understand it. But once you get it, and once you really understand how blockchain works, and that regular blockchains like Bitcoin are radically transparent, Monero begins to make a lot more sense for those of us that are there. So I do believe I am pretty much 3 minutes. Let's see if there's any more slide. No, okay, that's the last slide. Okay, thanks, bye. That's all I have for you guys. If you want to learn more about Monero, you can go to getmonero.org. Got some great resources, some videos, some great articles that are written around the web about how each of the technologies works and stuff. And I encourage you all to please, please, please do your own research. Research about blockchain, research about Monero, research about privacy and technology and stuff. It's really worthwhile. It's worth doing. I wouldn't be in blockchain if I didn't think it was a waste of time, right? I do think it is a powerful technology. I think it is often misapplied, and I don't think it's going to do anywhere near what people say it's going to do, but I think it's possible, and I do think it is world-changing. So I encourage you all to please go take a look at that. Are there any questions? Are there any questions? Let me kind of scroll through the thing real fast. I don't have a ton of time, but blah, 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 blah. Okay, I don't think so. So thank you guys so much. When atomic swaps? The question just came into chat. We just got that funded, and the research is done. It's now the development. I think it's going to be about a year, maybe a little bit less than a year before we have atomic swaps. For those of you who don't know what those are, unfortunately, I don't have time to get into that. But how many hard forks per year? We did have 2 per year, but we have since slowed to having maybe 1 every year if we have great technology. We just underwent a hard fork because we had a brand new technology called CLSAG that shrunk the transactions down, which is really, really neat. But we don't have anything at the moment, I think, that would make another hard fork imminent. So I don't quite know when the next one is. But it's not 2 per year anymore. Okay, guys. I think I'm finished. You will see more of me this upcoming day and this upcoming next couple of days because I am emceeing this thing. And I do have one talk every day. I have another one tomorrow. It's going to be talking about something different. Escapes my mind at the moment. We are going to take just a quick break. It's 10 o'clock. Our next talk should be starting about Incognito, but we're going to take like a 2-minute break before that gets started because it is a half-hour talk, and then the next one is an hour later, so we got a little bit of time. Thank you so much for your guys' time. Love you all. You're the greatest. Stick around. We've got more content. Go to monerovillage.org if you want to see our schedule. And I will be right back to introduce the next portion, the next talk here in just a minute. Okay, I'm back, and after looking through the comments, I see that you guys only have my left speaker. Actually, this is something that people have complained about before. I have no idea what's going on. If anybody wants to come over to my house one day and help me troubleshoot this, that would be greatly appreciated. But that's for another time. For I'll see if I can't fix this before tomorrow. But for the rest of today, you are left with left ear Diego. I am the is the right is the angel, the left is the devil. So I'm the little devil on your shoulder, whispering into your left ear. So in typical times, right, when there is a recording instead of a live presentation, sometimes people try to hide that fact, but no, we are going to really hold on to that fact. We are totally okay with having recordings. The Incognito lady that the presentation that's going to be here is a recording because it is very late where they are, and they are all sleeping. So there won't be any time to answer questions afterward, but they will be talking about where you can go to ask them questions if you would like. So I'm going to go ahead and get that ready to go. The neat thing about this being a recording is that if the audio is bad or like too soft or something, I can restart from the beginning. So please, as soon as I start this video, let me know how the audio is in the chat and if I need to kind of make it louder or softer or what have you. Let's go ahead and switch over. No. All right, so now we see that.
Hi guys, I'm Lena. I'm a business developer at Incognito, and I'm super excited to be here and to tell you about the Incognito, what we're building, who we are, and thank you for the invitation. Today I will talk about our company, our product, our privacy solution, current achievements, future plans, and our Incognito decentralized exchange. It is first privacy protecting, blockchain agnostic, decentralized exchange. So I want to begin my presentation with an explanation of what Incognito is and how it is different from others and what is our main goal. Okay. So Incognito is a proof of stake privacy protecting blockchain. We launched mainnet a year ago, but we already achieved some good traction. Our solution allows users to enable Incognito mode for any blockchain and send, receive, and hold any coins absolutely anonymously. At the moment, we have already integrated Monero, Bitcoin, Binance, Neo, and some other blockchains. We also have plans to integrate Polkadot, Atom, and some other blockchains. As you can see, Incognito is more like a privacy hub, and we hope to get more and more blockchains, to integrate more and more blockchains in the nearest time and give our users more options. As I see, the main difference between Incognito and other projects that we don't want to create a new coin, a new privacy coin, and focus on this, but we want to allow people to protect the existing coins and make infrastructure for them to stay private and don't expose themselves. On the next slide, I will show you what is our private stack and what technology we use for providing privacy. So Incognito use several cryptographic primitives such as linkable ring signature, homomorphic commitment scheme, and zero knowledge range proof. All this we use to provide better protection to our users and shield sending addresses, receiving addresses, and transaction amounts. So nobody can track you, and it is one of the best ways and one of the easiest ways, I think, to anonymize Bitcoin and some of your other coin and cryptocurrencies. Also, I want to talk about scalability. And let me show our scalability stack. So the main problem it is that low throughput is one of the biggest problems for mass adoption of cryptocurrencies. And privacy transactions are even slower because of extra proof generation and verification steps. So transaction sizes are larger because of the extra privacy data. And we decided that we want to solve this problem and offer a new solution for that. That is why we implemented sharding on privacy transactions to increase throughput for Incognito. Incognito throughput scales out linearly with the number of shards. The more shards we add, the more transactions we can handle. And at the moment, currently, we have 8 active shards, and Incognito can handle 100 transactions per second. But as you can see on this chart, we want to improve it, and we want to make the number of our shards even 64, which means we will be able to handle 800 transactions per second, which is quite impressive, especially for privacy coin. Yeah, so we're working on it, and we'll improving it, continue to improving it. Based on this chain, we decided to make the first privacy DEX. It is Incognito DEX. It is truly anonymous crypto exchange. You already can find some exchanges where you can buy crypto without KYC, without any ID, without any ID. But we think that real privacy is not only that, but real privacy, it is possibility for users to protect their transaction and their trading history and their transaction activity. So that's what we offer for users. I think the main three, here you can see what volume Incognito brings to the privacy community. The first, it is that we allow users to swap absolutely privately, to make absolutely private cross-chain swaps. Like you can swap Bitcoin to XMR and USDT to Monero or Bitcoin to Ethereum, and nobody will be able to track you, to check how much money do you swap and when do you swap it and so on. Also, it is quite easy for users from the user perspective to do this. The second one, it is that we allow users not only trade privately, but also invest privately. We were thinking how to increase the liquidity pools on our DEX and how to make it more interesting for users to participate. So now users can not only provide their coins to the Incognito DEX and provide privacy and help other people to trade privately, but also they will help other people to trade privately and earn some interest on it, which is quite interesting. So at the moment we have several coins in our provide section. Users can provide Monero, can provide Bitcoin, Ethereum, USDT, USDC, and some other coins, and get good API on it. And the last one, it is first privacy stablecoin backed by Monero or by Bitcoin or any other coin. So the idea is to make the first stable privacy coin the same as it will work the same as DAI, but privacy. I think that is also quite exciting. It is making a cash because yeah, it is like making a real cash but crypto cash. So okay, the next it is I want to go a little bit deeper um, to tell you about Incognito technology, how it works, like Incognito DEX technology. So Incognito DEX is based on automatic market making algorithm. It is the same as Uniswap, as Kyber. So how it works, user just go to the to our exchange and deposit funds and just swap. The price is based on the demand. If more people sell, that algorithm make the price lower. If more people buy, then algorithm makes the price higher. The main advantages it is that you don't need to looking for the good orders to sell or to buy. You don't need to wait when your order will be completed. You just go and buy anytime, any amount. You don't need to wait anything. Also, at the moment, we have $12 million in the liquidity pool, and our total trading volume is $20 million. So it is quite big liquidity pools, and it gives users more option to trade and don't think about the price, about the amount, and make it fast. We added cross-pool algorithm, which is, I think, we're the first one who did it. So how it works, usually when you trade on Uniswap or on Kyber, you need to trade some coin. You need to provide liquidity for both pairs of the coin. For example, if you need to trade Ethereum, I don't know, Ethereum USDT, you need to provide liquidity for the pair Ethereum USDT. And you couldn't trade Ethereum Bancor even if Bancor listed with any other coin. In our DEX, to list the token, you need to provide liquidity for token and for PRV. And then after providing the initial liquidity, your token will be able to trade with any coins on the Incognito DEX. So we will just merge liquidity pool and you will be able to trade any coin to any coin. That means that our users have more options. So if we already have a pool for Ethereum, that means that users can trade Ethereum with any other coin or on our DEX. Yes. Here I want to show you our actual results and what we gain with our first year. You can also check this information in the inkscan.io. Here you can see that we already have 12 million, almost $30 million in liquidity, as I said before. Here you can see the volume on our DEX, and like some days ago, we just had an all-time high. It was almost $1.5 million per day, like trading volume. And the interesting thing that we have a lot of trades with Bitcoin in Monero. I think that's because I think many people are looking for the easiest way to buy Monero coin without exposing themselves, without providing any KYC, I don't know, ID, and to make it like fast and easy. And that's why they choose to do it on the Incognito DEX. And also when we integrated, when we release provide feature, we get a lot of shielded tokens in Monero, and also a lot of people provided Monero to the liquidity pool. At the moment, we have $1 million in Monero liquidity pool, which is great. We're super happy about that. Yeah, and here you can see the chart that like in August, no, yeah, in August we launched Provide, and many people started to participate in that. Also on the InkScan, you can check information about any other coins. You can check charts and trades for each pair you want to check. And you can also see and a lot of other information you can also find on this website. I think we will provide some links in the comments, so you can go and check and see what we have, what we already gained, what we have. Yeah. So what can you do with your crypto right now on the Incognito app? As I mentioned before, it is trade and provide. And when you deposit your tokens, you become absolutely untraceable. And you anonymize your tokens or your coins. And here you can see how it looks like from the user perspective. I will just now I want to tell you how it works a little bit. So first, to trade on the Incognito DEX, first you need to deposit coins to Incognito wallet. We called it shield your tokens. So you protect your tokens, and then after protecting, you can send any coins without any trace. After you shielded your tokens, you can go to the DEX and choose the pair you want, and just enter the amount and press preview your order, and then press confirm. That's all. Then your balance will be automatically updated. After the transaction, your balance will be automatically updated. So it takes just, I don't know, 4 minutes, 3 minutes to do this. It is easy, it is fast, and it don't require anything from the users and don't expose the identity in any way. And also the Provide tab, here you need to deposit your coins as well to the wallet. Then you go to the Provide, and then you can tap just Provide now and choose the coin you want to add. Here you can see the API which we offered for these coins. Also, it is important to notice that we don't restrict users with the amount or the time, so you can provide any amount you want, a big or small one, and you can withdraw it also anytime you want. It will be, the reward will be automatically updated. We update it every 15 minutes. So you will always see your actual earning, how much you earned, and also you can withdraw it, as I said, anytime you want, but you can withdraw it separately. So you can withdraw your coins. You can withdraw part of your coins. If you don't want to withdraw all of them, you can provide more later as well. And you also can separately withdraw your earnings. So you can do it every day, or I don't know, once a month, as you want to do. I think it is a great way to invest your tokens and to help to provide privacy for other users, to help them to trade privately and earn some additional reward on it. One of our goals is to increase the liquidity pools and to do some integrations to help with privacy mass adoption. Also, we are looking for the feedback from users. We need to like how we can improve it, what issues, like how we can improve it, how make it easier for our users, which features they wanted. So try, if you try the Incognito app, feel free to leave your feedback on our forum. I think I also will leave the link to our forum in the comments. And if you want to build something on the Incognito blockchain, we will also happy to see you joining our team. Actually, we have builder rewards. So users who want to build something on the Incognito chain, we help them to like to promote their product. We help them with sponsorship, with like depending on the voting. Uh, each month we distribute PRB tokens to the builders who build some web wallets, who build uh, Telegram bots for Incognito, who build web wallet on the Incognito chain, who builds desktop wallets and like different projects related to privacy and based on the Incognito chain. We're happy to support them, and we're happy to have new builders in our team. Uh, so, so if you care about privacy, and feel free to use our product to leave us a feedback. If you want to build something with privacy, also I will be happy to talk to you, and maybe we can build something together. I will leave all the important links in the comments. Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
All right, let's just click through all of our future things. As you can see, I use open source software, VLC. Haha. So, our next talk is going to be by Dr. Francisco Cabañas, also known as Arctic Mind. He is a Monero core team member, and he's going to be talking about his specialty, which is fees and adoption. So, that is going to be taking place in about 40 minutes, 35 minutes. If you wanted to get in touch with the Incognito people, then you can send a message in the Discord chat, or message me, whatever. I'm everywhere, somewheres. We're gonna go on a bit of a break for the next half an hour, and Arctic Mine will be in here to talk about his adoption and fee scenario type things. So please be ready to come back and stick around for that. We also have one more talk after that, which is another recorded talk by Andres talking about Monero to the Spanish-speaking community. So go ahead, get your Spanish-speaking friends and bring them around here so they can hear what Monero is and what it's all about. Okay, we're going on break. I'll see you guys in half an hour to introduce Arctic Mine. How's it going, everybody? We're back. We are back and ready to go. If you change the channel, if you touch the remote, come on back, please. We're ready to get started for our next thing. Gather the family around. This is the most family-friendly talk you're going to ever have. Grab the kids, grab the wife, sit on the couch, make some popcorn. We're going to be sitting down with Dr. Francisco Arctic Mind Cabañas. He's going to be talking about the impact of adoption on price and transaction fees in Monero. If you don't know Arctic Mind, fees are his deal, and he's going to be talking with us about that. He's a PhD, guys. Come on. How many of us are that smart? Not me, that's for sure. So I'm going to go ahead and pass that off to him. As always, if there is an issue with the audio, please say so in the chat. I will do my best to adjust on the fly. So even though we are a couple of minutes early, without further ado, I think I'm just going to go ahead and pass it off to him. So Arctic Mind, go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, so this is Francisco Cabañas, and I will be talking today about the impact of scaling on price and indirectly on transaction fees. Now, normally, when I do one of these talks, I do not have to have a disclaimer about financial advice, but in this particular case, we do. The point about this talk is about identifying how we can set fees in Monero, and how we can make them in such a way that they are and we'll set them in such a way that they are reasonable. And that means that we have to look at what the real cost of these fees are going to be. So we can determine what they are in terms of Monero, but then we have to ask the question, well, are they going to come in terms of our real terms? And this is where the financial question of what is the price of Monero comes in. And so we have to indicate that I will be talking a lot about price, but that this is not financial advice. The past performance is not a guarantee of future returns. It is not an indication of any kind of risk. Of course, I'm not a financial advisor. I'm not an attorney. I'm not an accountant, and I am not giving financial advice. So once we get the disclaimer out of the way, we can then move to the next slide. That's correct. This is an overview. So the first thing I'll post is the question. And the question is, what happens to the price of Monero if adoption increases by a factor of 1,000? Does the price increase by 1,000-fold, a million-fold, or do something else? What we're talking about is you suddenly have a transaction rate. Currently, we're doing somehow about 0.2 transactions a second. Let's say we go to 200 transactions a second, kind of range of where PayPal has been. And then the question is, what happens to price? And this, of course, has a direct bearing on what a person is going to pay in transaction fees. So the answer to this question has some real implications. Is the fee going to be 1/10 of a cent? It's going to be 1,000 times as much. It's $1. It's going to be somewhere in between. And this is, of course, a tough question because it determines, in many respects, if it's too low and it works great. If it's too high, it's going to deter usage. And this becomes a critical issue. So we try to get a grip on what has happened. And the first step in getting a grip on is to try to look at the history. Now, in the history, I have taken what I say is an indicators. And I'm looking just at a sample. I'm looking at pricing at the beginning of the 90-day day average, so ending in October 27, 2015. And we look at the total transaction rate, and we look at the price. And then we look 5 years later, we do a 90-day average ending on October 27, 2020. So we have a 5-year window. And then we look again at the transaction rate, and then we look at the price. And then we say a couple of things. The first thing we're going to do is get rid of USD inflation. So the price today is not the price that the dollar has changed in value. It's actually about 10% in the history of Monero. So basically, we're going to correct for that. That's simple enough. And then we'll look at Monero, and then we're going to look at 5 other coins, and then 4 other coins, sorry, that were selected to be indicative of potentially coins that aim to do kind of the same thing as Monero. They're transactional currencies. Yes, privacy is part of the design, was originally part of the design of Bitcoin. This is not a privacy talk, but definitely it's the case. We look at coins that have been around for at least close to over 6 years, longer than Monero. We're trying to get a period of time where there is a 15-month period since at least since the Genesis block, and then we have the 90-day average, and then we start our sample ranges of 5 years. So, well, we've got Monero, which we're studying. We're looking at Bitcoin. We're going to look at Litecoin, Dogecoin, and Dash. All of these coins have a proof of work consensus, or Dash also uses a proof of stake a proof of service, they call it, through their masternodes. So it's a bit of an edge case, but it does indicate some of the characteristics. Some of the other aspects, of course, of these coins is that they've had substantial transaction activity, actually considerably more than Monero. 2 of them have higher market caps than Monero. 2 of them have lower market caps currently than Monero. So Monero is kind of in the middle in terms of market cap. And then we're going to do the analysis and see what it tells us. So what we're doing, of course, is we take the transaction at the 90-day moving average ending on October 27th. We divide it by the daily transaction rates, 90-day moving average on October 27th, 2015. So we take the 90 days before. We then exponentiate that. We apply an exponent, and we set it equal to the ratio of the prices. So the price in the last 90-day moving average divided by the price in 2015 for the similar period of time, a period 90-day moving average. And then we try to solve for this exponent, try to get a handle on that. Now for Bitcoin, we actually have a second period that we can look at. So we're going to look at the periods from 2010. So there would be actually October 27, 2010, again to the 90-day moving average. And then we look at 2010, 2015, a 5-year period, 2015 to 2020, a 5-year period, and 2010 to 2020, a 10-year period. And what we're aiming to look at is this correlation, how to get an indication of what is the impact of adoption on price. Okay, so go to the next slide. So what does Y tell us? Well, Y1 indicates a linear relationship between adoption and price. So what we're saying is if we double the adoption rate of a cryptocurrency, the price will double. While 2 says it goes as the square of the adoption. So we're saying if we double the price of the cryptocurrency, it's a factor of 2. So again, if you go by a factor of 100 of 100 in adoption, you would end up with a square. You'll end up with 10,000-fold increase in price. If the adoption is a factor of 1,000, then of course with y equals 2, you will end up with a price that is 1,000,000 times higher. And so the value of y between 1 and 2 indicates this relationship between linear and quadratic. It can, of course, be less. You can have scenarios where the adoption goes out and the price goes down. You can also have scenarios where the adoption goes up, but the price goes up much faster than a square. And we will see some examples of that. And so this becomes very significant when we try to understand how the valuation of the network, various models, and models for the evaluation of the network, and for monetary theory. How does this compare with some of the known models? So we're going to do some samples. So again, we want to avoid the clear market tops and bottoms as much as possible. 15 months after the Genesis block, so the length of the coins have been around for a long time. They've been as long as Monero. They were designed primarily for use as money. Now, this is important. So I'm not looking at things like Ethereum, for example, which is primarily designed as a platform for smart contracts. Coins such as cryptocurrencies such as Ripple, for example, which is designed as a platform of the transfer of liabilities or debts, sort of like a banking type format. Stable coins, which are designed to track particular fiat currencies or other cryptocurrencies or precious metals. So there's a whole host of these kind of tokens that are ICOs, which are effectively, in many respects, securities on a blockchain. So these kind of things, which you see a lot in CoinMarketCap, for example, are the dominant. And the type of coins that we're looking at is coins that were primarily designed as a medium of exchange, possibly as a store of value, so essentially modeled after originally Bitcoin, to do something similar. A transactional currency, it is decentralized, uses proof of work. It may have various kinds of applications to improve privacy to certain degrees. And this is the kind of approach. There are many sources for data. I happen to use a site called coinmetrics.io. It just happened to be, and then I adjusted their results. They license under the Creative Commons non-commercial, which basically means, for certain applications it's fine, but if you're going to actually build a website and put ads around it or whatever, that's not allowed on that Creative Commons license. It's not a true open source license in that sense. The data, however, is available from many sources. So one doesn't have to be limited. You can extract it directly from the respective blockchains. This just provided an opportunity for an easy way to obtain the data. And also, it's a nice site if you're going to go into there and play around with the charts of a lot of different cryptocurrencies, get some ideas on what happens, what the ups and downs are. You can do various averages on it, so it helps in that respect. Another great site, BitInfoCharts is another one. There's various sources on the internet where you can get the price data, and definitely you can also get the transaction data, or you can go to each individual blockchain and get the transaction data. So let's start with Monero. In Monero, the historical indicators are a bit interesting. We have initially, currently right now, the 90-day moving average, it puts about 13.6 thousand transactions a day. This is indicative of what's happening. We're taking an average for the last 90 days. Back in 2015, it was more like 500, a little over 500. The price, a 90-day moving average, is at under $100 US. And this, of course, is in 2020 dollars. And the price in 2020 dollars, this was a bit less in 2015 dollars in the same period, was 1.54. Sorry, 0.54. So in this case, if we do the exponentiation, we get 1.59. So what we're saying is that Monero increased faster than linear. So if you increase the adoption rate of Monero, the price went up more than linear, but it wasn't totally quadratic, because somewhere in between. And this is what shows for Monero. Now, I will show you Monero actually has the lowest transaction rate of the coins that we're looking at. The next one we're going to take a look at is Litecoin. Now, Litecoin has a very high transaction rate. It's about considerably larger than Monero right now. So TX20 was 76,000 transactions per day. In 2015, it was 3,600. The price is 90-day average about $52.78, and the price back in 2015 is 3.58. Now we look at the exponent, and the exponent is really interesting because what the exponent is telling us is that the rate actually of price increase for Litecoin was less that will be indicated. So it's less than 1. So it actually, the price grew at a lower rate than the adoption of Litecoin. And I'm going to come back to the Litecoin figures at one point because Bitcoin may have had an impact on this, but it's quite significant. It's quite a difference from Monero. In Monero, you see an increase, which is future-based. It's saying, there's going to be more value in the network in the future, so we're going to increase the valuation of the increase in adoption. And in Litecoin, we don't. We see a sort of a back. So it's below the linear. This is quite significant. Okay, Dash. Now, Dash, again, somewhat high, lower transaction than Litecoin, but higher than Monero on the 90-day average. Dash actually comes very close to the linear relationship. It's above the linear relationship. Essentially, what it's saying is if you double the adoption, you double the price. So it kind of follows the sort of y equals 1 very close. And again, you see the price, it was $2.85 is the average in 2015 and $78 today. A couple of indicators, the 15-month time frame allowed enough time to get rid of the initial conditions. In particular, issues around the Instamind, which was very controversial at the time. Let the market figure out how it's going to price this thing and how it's going to deal with it, and then go from there. The other element of Dash, of course, is that the holders were also running the masternodes, and so in some sense, you had an incentive, what would have thought to be an incentive for people to hang on to Dash over and above other coins, but the evidence doesn't seem to indicate this as much. The evidence indicates basically the long-term holders were running these masternodes, and they were essentially doing some validation initially for privacy and then for instant send. It does not create an outlier that I would have expected actually in this example. But it is a bit unusual. It's not strictly a proof of work. There's also this proof of service or / proof of stake involved. Okay, the interesting one is Dogecoin. Now, Dogecoin is the quintessential non-controversial coin in many ways, but look at the transaction levels. 46,000 transactions, close to 47,000 transactions a day in the latest moving data average. It was also very high in 2015, indicating in many ways that we had a significant portion of the Bitcoin transaction rate. So it is significant. And it had a sort of a reawakening price move. We see this increase in price, and we see a growth of adoption with price, which is actually quite remarkable, is over 2. It's quite interesting. Definitely very different from Dash, very different from Litecoin in the same period, and somewhat higher than Monero. So that was an interesting surprise in some ways. There's some sort of hidden interest in this coin called Dogecoin. One can look at the concept as, okay, just the small transactions, small adoption, the cuddly puppies, and the non-controversial aspect of the coin. I think nobody kind of dislikes it kind of thing. That kind of made it interesting in the sense that it is it developed this adoption. It kind of, it's not in the radar that much, but yet it developed the adoption. It has a fairly low market cap still. Okay, Bitcoin. Now, Bitcoin in the same period is very interesting. What is most interesting, and we take a look at the transaction average now and the transaction average 5 years ago, and they're not that different, a little over below 3 times. But look at the difference in price from just under $300 after adjusting to 72 to around $11,000. So you have this very strong appreciation in price, relatively little increase in adoption. Now, one could argue, of course, that we have had a change in the nature of the adoption, that the transactions are higher, of more value. And this is the reason why we see the increase in price. But definitely, there's been something interesting happening. Look at the growth. If we actually just look at straight up block size, it's very high, way higher than quadratic. We're looking more like over x to the 4, n to the 4. And so definitely something is happening here. And one can surmise that one of the factors is that the block size, of course, was limited and that the impact started occurring after 2015. The real difference, if you look at Bitcoin, is if we look at the prior data. Now, the prior data, we're talking from October 2010 to October 2015. And now we're back to something that's pretty comparable to Monero and to Dash and to Litecoin and in that kind of range, and even to Dogecoin. So much more in line. Again, we see a price of a little under 9 cents and adjusted dollar. In this case, it's 20%. This is a 90-day moving average into October 2010. The pizza pricing, which occurred early in 2010, would imply a fraction of a cent, somewhere around 0.5 cents. It was 10,000. It was 10,000 Bitcoins, so a couple of pizzas were worth about $40. So that today is in the hundreds of millions of dollars. It'd be an interesting anecdote if you were going to do a due diligence, say, for NYCAML. Did you keep the receipt for the pizza? Well, not really. A $40 pizza is not the sort of thing you might keep the receipt for $10. It just so happened you traded it for something that's now become 130 million. So that's very interesting. But again, if we look at the exponent, 1.28, kind of indicative. And then we look at the next formula for Bitcoin, and we take the 10-year period. Now, in the 10-year period, of course, we kind of hide this distinction. So we have a period of time when you had the very big, it kind of followed the adoption, was about 1.2, 1.3, in that range. And then all of a sudden, what happens is you cap the block size, you hit the block size cap, and it forces sort of a reevaluation of its use. So you move away from smaller retail transactions into a model of a store value, which has been presented, a settlement currency for second layer solutions, which are to some degree speculative, such as Lightning Network, and also the fact that it's used to move significant sums of money. I suspect one of the major applications, of course, has been people moving in and out of other cryptocurrencies. Between, say, for example, you wanted to move, say, between Monero and Canadian dollars. At one point, there was no trading of Monero in Canada, so you would either buy or sell Bitcoin for Monero and then buy or sell Bitcoin for Canadian dollars, so it becomes a transfer coin. A lot of this market may actually have moved to coins such as Litecoin, and if we go back to the Litecoin figures, you'll see that this transaction activity here, I would not be surprised if some people were just using Litecoin for what they were using Bitcoin before, simply because it was a way of moving in and out, say, of a fiat currency to some other token they were interested in. It could be Ethereum, it could be EOS, it could be Monero, it could be something else. And a similar factor, to a lesser degree with Dash, but even with Dogecoin, that you would see this idea that people were using it in a sort of a replacement for Bitcoin. And so some of that market that was used for transactional activity may actually from Bitcoin have moved to some of these other coins, such as Dogecoin, Litecoin, and to a lesser degree Dash. Where it didn't go, and this is an interesting question, was Monero. Monero's transaction levels were significantly lower. I would hasten to suggest one of the reasons is, of course, this covers the period in 2017, early 2018, where Monero transaction fees were also very high, some cases comparable to that of Bitcoin. So there wasn't really such an incentive to do that. That, of course, has changed as the bulletproofs. But again, we see that one of significant indicators of Monero's transaction levels are significantly lower than the other coins we were comparing to, at least until very recently. It's now pretty closer to Dash's level. So this is a summary. And in kind of what we look at the base, this is again, it's the exponential growth. You see Monero 1.59, so you're exponentiating in that range from 2015 to 2020. Litecoin, you actually are getting below 1, Dash just above 1, and Dogecoin at 2.3, which is actually quite high. Again, probably indicative that Dogecoin back even in 2015 had a lot of uses and adoption. And then you look at the Bitcoin number for 2010, 2015, and it actually comes along kind of where all the other ones should be. The outlier becomes the Bitcoin number for 2015, 2020. And this is very much clearly indicated of the fact that the transactions on the chain were significantly restricted through the block size. You hit the limit. We're talking 2015. 2 years later, of course, we had the split in Bitcoin Cash. Just as a little recap, and I mentioned I did not include Bitcoin Cash. Simply, you don't have the statistics. It is only about 3 years old, a little over 3 years old, so we didn't have the period of time. And also the complexity of the fact that it's a ledger fork, and a lot of people ended up holding Bitcoin Cash, but no particular interest in it. And whether or not they sold it or not is an interesting, relevant question. And then, of course, we have another indicator here with Bitcoin, which is very interesting, is that if you kind of blindly just look at 2010, 2020, you're going to figure it's very reasonable, slightly higher than Monero, lower than Dutch. But it doesn't tell you the whole story. It doesn't tell you what happened here, what happened in 2015, 2016. And it's this fact that we hit the cap in the block reward, in the block size, so we're limiting it. So now we look at models. Well, okay, this is the classic, what's called as the equation of exchange. In the equation of exchange, it is been applied to both Keynesian economics and also to Austrian economics. What we're looking here is we assume that you have a money supply, we have a velocity of money, how fast the money is sending, and we have Q. Now, Q is a distribution of goods and services. And the thing to understand about Q is it's kind of like an index. In reality, it's like a sum of multiple QIs. It could be cups of coffee, it could be US dollars, it could be houses, it could be diamonds, it could be the money you pay a busker. So it's all sorts of distributions. And if you change the distribution, of course, you're going to change the price. Now, price here, P, is the price of goods and services in terms of the money. And the arguments that are typically made, for example, central banks will say, oh, we'll increase M in the hope of increasing Q, and they end up increasing P or maybe reducing velocity. This has happened. Zimbabwe being an extreme example, you increase M drastically, and what you do is a massive increase in P, which is just massive inflation. Small amount of keys, and you get some Q, which is what you want. In a cryptocurrency, what you get is M is set by protocol, so you can't really do that. And then you start seeing, well, what happens if we change Q around or impact on Q on these other parameters? And of course, there are two things that can happen. And one of them is that in a cryptocurrency, if you do not change the economic distribution of activity, if you have the same economy, then Q actually becomes proportional to the block size. But this assumes that you're not changing the types of things you're buying or selling. So for example, you're buying the same ratio of cups of coffee to diamonds or US currency, whatever. If you change that, of course, what happens is that you get an increase in Q, but you don't get an increase in the block size or weight. And to a large degree, this has happened in Bitcoin. So what we see in Bitcoin is that we changed the type of transactions that you do. We're no longer buying socks in cups of coffee and 5 1/4 inch floppy drive cables, which I actually did in 2012, we're buying bigger things, or we're buying other currencies, $10,000 worth of Monero, for example, something like that. That's what we're moving rather than a floppy drive cable for $2. So that, of course, means that you have more activity in the blockchain, but a different type of activity. The other thing that can happen is that you have a change in V. Now, change in V means that people decide they don't want to use it as a transactional currency anymore. They want to sit on it. They want to invest on it. It's a long-term hold. I want to hold it for my retirement or something. Or I'm going to take a bunch of Bitcoins, put them in a paper wallet and wait till my kids are university age or just born, and then this is going to fund their education. Well, you're not going to be moving a lot of currency if you're doing that. So you have these changes that occur. If you assume no change, the equation of exchange predicts that y equals 1. It essentially becomes linear. So if we assume that the block the block size is proportional to Q, so that's this constant. We're not changing the type of transactions. We're not changing the actual velocity because we're not changing the economy. Then what we're left with is a sort of a constant equal to PQ. And so if you increase Q, you decrease P, and you get this relationship, which is essentially linear. And to a large degree, this is behind the assumption in how Monero fees are set. Another model that has been discussed is Metcalfe's law. Now, people have talked about Metcalfe's law, and it goes, the value of the connected juices goes as n squared. And there are people who've argued that, well, works are saying it's not really n, it should be n log n, or some other sort of in between. And that it doesn't really follow. Again, there's a lot of data. You can look at it in a whole bunch of different ways. There's a lot of different points of view. You could fit Bitcoin in some respect, say over a 10-year period, and say somewhere in between, like 1.6 or something. But then if you look at the details, you find it's closer to the low end on one end and the high end on the other. Again, we'll go back to, is it 1.06? So like in the case of Dash, or is it like 4 point something in the case of Bitcoin for the same period? And it will be applied only to like communications or social media, Facebook and Tencent. Again, you're looking at the number of users versus, for example, the value of the network. And you get questions the size of the network, you get value of the nodes, etc. So you get a range of values. There's even one work that tried to apply it to Bitcoin in 2008. And their conclusions, again, they're taking both the 2018, sorry, they're taking both the period when Bitcoin was not restricted by the block size and the period when it was. And then they're arguing that, well, the deviations are basically, well, could have been market manipulation or something. I would argue that they're basically picking up wild bull and bear markets. But again, it does illustrate that you can present the data in various ways, and you can say, okay, I'm going to take a longer average and I'm going to get a different result. I'm going to fit over, say, 10 years rather than 5 years, and I'm going to get a different result. I'm going to do it from a bear to a bull, or bull to a bear, or from bear to bear, or bull to bull, depending on where you go into a peak or a trough, and you're going to get all sorts of different results. So it kind of raises more questions than provide answers in many ways. So now we go back to the Monero protocol. Okay, so what does the Monero protocol tell us? Well, the Monero protocol puts some restrictions on fees. And essentially what the Monero protocol says is, if you're going to scale the block weight, then given a transaction, let's say 2,000 bytes, which is typically what we have right now, then you can calculate what is the smallest fee that you can pay in order for that transaction to allow for growth in the block weight. So it's not true. And that, of course, depends on what the median is. So 300,000 bytes, then you get a certain figure. And if you then increase this median, then, of course, this figure goes down. You're scaling at a lower rate, but you still can scale it. And it basically goes as the square of the reference transaction size to the median that you're using for scaling. So this could be the short-term median, but it's kind of linked to the long-term median. So what happens is, if you set it to a constant y equal 1, which is what we've done right now, then you get a constant rate of scaling as you increase. but it's not the minimum. You can actually get away with less and less and less as the transaction. So as that median increases, you can still scale at a lower rate. You can't do that for the smaller median. So essentially, you could scale with m squared as opposed to mf, so mf squared. So you could actually go as the square. As the medians increase, you get a lower rate of scaling, but you still get scaling. And so the minimum fee could actually fall faster than we have right now, and it could fall with the square. Now, why this is important is if we're going to assume a higher rate, we get some implications. If you allow just mf and not m squared, then we have implications in the sense that, okay, it may be easier to do a spam attack, such as Big Bang. These type of attacks, by the way, have two components. In the first component has nothing to do with the fee level. It really is pushing the penalty, and that just increases with price and increases with block size. So as the median increases, then the cost goes up to get it to the level. The maintenance part is basically a delay tactic. Yes, there's a cost associated, and if you go with m squared, after a certain period of time, this is going to lower. But what happens is you've got a little over 2 month period for the community to respond in a sense. Okay, we can do something about this. One way to mitigate this would be an interesting compromise for people to say, well, we're going to start, say, at about 1.2 million bytes. And the idea there is that we would allow what is now the low fee, which is below the reference fee, so we can't scale it. It would gradually grow up to a point where it actually becomes the reference fee, and at that point we'll go quadratic. So we can do that as a possible option. Let's go back to the question. If Monero adoption increases by 1,000-fold, does the price increase by 1,000 times, 1,000,000 times, or do something else? And the answer is all the above are possible. And it's here where I'm going to make an interesting reference. I can calculate, but not the madness of people. So Isaac Newton, after the South Sea Company bubble crash in 1721, that's roughly 300 years ago. And the issue really comes down to this. You can look at the deterministic problem, such as very much how Monero, the price in terms of Monero is very deterministic, of how fees in terms of Monero would scale. You need to have for a certain amount of scaling. Sorry. What you can't do is determine the price of Monero. So you have two elements. The Monero fees in terms of Monero are deterministic. So the fees actually work. They predict how much Monero is going to be spent to get a certain amount of scaling. What we don't get is something else. It's trying to determine the price of Monero itself. And that, like any other asset, may be influenced by the madness of people. So we have the price of Monero is not deterministic because it can be influenced by the price of people. So you're going to have a range of scenarios. You're going to have scenarios where, for example, it's going to go really fast. And it's going to go like quadratic or faster. You're going to have scenarios when it's going to be not doing that. For example, if we were even to look, say, at the last couple of years, we have seen an increase in transaction rates in Monero and a fall in price. That's not sure if you do a 5-year measure, but it's kind of similar to what we'll see in over 5 years for Litecoin. So what we're saying is we're in a bear market at that point in time. The previous bull market, of course, you're going to get a much higher result. So there are these dynamics of the marketplace which are very, very difficult to predict. And in many respects are very, very difficult to kind of determine where it's going to go. But yet are there. And we can have an idea maybe what they're going to do and what kind of ranges, but that's the best that we could hope for. But we always have to keep this in mind. The fees are deterministic in terms of Monero, but the price of those fees is not. And of course, we could be looking at significant variations in fees. So what can we do? Well, one thing is fairly clear, is very indicative here, is that the y equals 1 fee model, certainly at the point of development, can lead over time to fees that are reasonably high. And this does open a potential attack vector. If the minimum fee is significantly above what is needed for scaling, and at the same time, the minimum node relay fee, and at the same time, that fee is high in real terms. So there's really an issue for people paying that fee. Then the nodes effectively could price themselves out of the market with a high relay fee. So if simulation, you could really, you could do scaling with maybe a fee of 5 cents, but you're charging $1 or $2. And then it created an incentive for a mining pool to say, well, we'll take the transaction directly and bypass the nodes. And this caused insane, very significant privacy and decentralization risk. And the obvious is now you go to a website, but they can ask you for your information. They can ask you for all sorts of other details about your transactions, etc. Regulators, and they get into the act and say, wait a minute, we're going to now regulate this, and we're going to say that you're going to have to provide AML and YC and so on. So there's definitely a risk, a very significant risk, if we allow this node relay fee to get significantly high that is needed for scaling, that we would actually create a serious, very significant privacy and decentralization risk. So it's important to recognize that fee, in general, the low end fee, is going to have to follow the minimum amount, which is you're going to have to go down to y equals 2. So to remain competitor, then we have essentially the question. The reference fee and lower end fee would need to scale with MF square, a significant increase in MF, y equals 2. You have this scenario because we have to allow the market to kind of make a decision. So you can have a fee at the bottom that is the low fee, this is the minimum fee, and that has to go with the quadratic. It will take into account this high ideas. And then if you need bigger scaling at certain points in time, you can have fees that go with lower rates, with even the highest fee going with y equals 1. So you see a spread in the fees as the block size, as the median of block size increases. And that, of course, means that you would have a market can then come in and say, okay, fine, pick a fee that's appropriate, and while still keeping the relative number of fees, that low fees. So one option would be, for example, to allow the current fee model to continue until we get to say about 1.2, 1.5 million bytes in that kind of range. And then say from then on, we're going to go quadratic. And then effectively, what is now the lowest fee becomes the normal fee or the reference fee. And it then scales with the block size quadratically. So it does not have this problem. So it would accommodate that kind of quadratic growth. And you started at a point where it's high enough that you've mitigated the risk of spam attacks. So that's a very likely possible alternative that we have. The point that I'm getting at is when we start to talking into, 1,000 times the existing transaction fees, 1,000 times the existing adoption levels, we've got to start asking questions about, we have to allow that fee to fall as the square, even if you start to get close to what Bitcoin's doing right now, we're going to start to see some effects. It's fine when your fee is maybe a cent or a fraction of a cent. And you can say, okay, fine, the initial condition factors that will allow us to drop further, namely the move to seal sag, that we can go from 3,000 to 2,000 where you can do that, the fall to tail emission. And so that's going to compensate it somewhat. And then we have the idea that, okay, we still have this low fee below the threshold, so we can keep that model. But I would say once the low fee reaches the point that is mineable, then we should be considering very seriously the idea of going with a square for the low fee. And that means that we allow it to actually follow the minimum mineability model, which means that you can actually scale at a lower rate, granted, that's a significantly lower rate, but you can still scale at that point and avoid the incentive for miners to go in there and say, okay, fine, we're going to get around these nodes because these nodes are charging too much. They want us to pay too much. So at this point in time, I will be prepared to open for some questions and discussion. And if there's any questions online, etc., I can go there and allow some time for that.
Yeah. So, hey everybody, this is Diego speaking again. Let me know if you hear double. You shouldn't, but let me know if you do. If Arctic Mine himself is not on the Discord, or I don't know if he is watching the YouTube or keeping an eye on the chat. Does anybody? I will go ahead and read the questions to him. Does anybody have any questions? I'm keeping an eye on the Discord channel. I'm keeping an eye on the YouTube chat. Any questions for Arctic Mine? Give it a couple of minutes.
Sounds good.
So it does not seem so. Oh, wait.
Good.
Oh, no. It was just a funny comment. Okay. So it does not seem that we do have any questions. Arctic Mine is available on many of the Monero IRC channels. So if you go to free node #Monero or #Monero dash community, Arctic Mine hangs out in community also. Or you can email him here, and he is our fee expert. And thank you, Arctic Mine. Very, very in-depth, very interesting. You smoked me in terms of YouTube views. You had many more concurrent viewers, so good on you. Okay, we can go ahead and bid Arctic Mine goodbye, unless you had anything else for us.
No, just to thank the community and thank everybody, and excellent work that was done putting this together. And putting this conference together. So I'd like to thank everybody involved for that. And then I can bid goodbye.
Yep. Bye. Thank you so much. Okay, everybody. We have one more talk today that is going to take place in about 15 minutes. That talk is a recorded talk from Monero's resident illustrator, Andres, and he is going to be talking about Monero, and he's going to be discussing it in Spanish. So if you have Spanish friends or family, or you speak Spanish yourself and you want to learn how Monero operates, then please stick around for that. It's going to be coming up in about 15 minutes, and it's good. It's a good thing. We don't often cater too much to the non-English speaking community, but it's important that we do. So stick around for that. Other than that, that will be the last talk for today. Tomorrow we have some other things. If you go to monerovillage.org, you can see, but I'll go ahead and talk about it really fast. Tomorrow we have Dr. Kim giving his famous Sound Money presentation. If you have not seen that before, you should be there. It's really a treat. He goes over everything. Like it's an hour and a half talk. He covers everything about, all the important stuff, Monero, Bitcoin, why it is from a practical economic perspective, technological perspective. It's really in depth. It's probably your best primer that will get you to a pretty high level of competency in Monero fairly quickly. So that is coming up first tomorrow at 10 in the morning CDT Central Time, after which I'll go ahead and be speaking about the value of privacy, that, why privacy is important in this day and age, what it means and what it's going to look like for us to try to actually make that happen. The wheres, the hows, the whys of privacy. We've also got Need Money 90, who is a moderator for many of the Monero channels like Telegram and Reddit, and he's going to be the title is Herding Cats, a look into how Monero is moderated, and he's going to be discussing I mean, how do you moderate a decentralized community? How do you make rules? How do you enforce them? How do you change them? It's a really interesting talk, a really good sneak peek into the behind the scenes of Monero community stuff. So go ahead and take a look at that if you're interested. We've also got Michael, MSVB, our Monero community's kind of hardware guy. He's going to be presenting on using electronic devices with contactless data. And then, last but not least, we have Ruben Yap from Zcoin, now Firo. They are undergoing a rebrand, so now Firo. He's going to be presenting about the new Lelantis protocol, which is very exciting for Monero people because it is another privacy kind of by default mandatory thing that they're going to be rolling out. They're going to be the first real competitor to Monero if they if they make it happen really quickly. So we've got those things once again at monerovillage.org. You can take a look at the schedule yourself. You don't have to take my word for it. You can look at all these things, and you can also see what we have planned for Saturday as well, which I will not be covering. Okay, we're going to take a 13-minute break. I'll be back here really soon to introduce that last talk that we have for today. Hope you guys have been enjoying our little webinars so far, and I'll catch you guys soon. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, 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 everybody. For those of you still watching, those of you that are still here, we've got our last talk of the day that is about to start. This talk is a recorded talk given by Andres because he was too scared that he would mess up live. But Andres is actually here in the chat going to watch himself. And if he's anything like me, he's going to go, "Oh, is that what my voice really sounds like?" every time hey, am I still coming out of just the left side of your headphones? Because I made an adjustment and I want to know if it's actually changed or not. Before I was only coming out of the left side of people's headphones, and now I think I should be yes, I am. No, wait, why? Okay. I'll troubleshoot this with some Monero people that don't have any lives a little bit later. Yeah, I like to say that I'm the little devil on your shoulder speaking to you, because the devil's on the left shoulder. So that's me whispering in your ear. No, it's not an OBS issue actually, because I was on a call with the Monero team actually on a Jitsi or something, and it was also like this. So anyway, enough about my microphone issues. Yeah, that caused the viewer. I'm surprised it didn't cause the viewership to drop. We are now going to be getting in on this Monero talk that's going to happen in Spanish. It's going to introduce Monero, a little bit of the tech, a little bit of the community, a little bit of everything, but all in Spanish. Presented by Andres, our resident Monero illustrator guy on the Monero team. So I'm going to step back and let this guy speak for himself.
Hello everybody, this next talk is in Spanish, so if you talk Spanish or if you understand Spanish a bit, this is for you. If not, I'm sorry. And even if you do understand a bit of Spanish and it's a bit difficult for you, it's probably because my Spanish is like a flavor of Spanish that is from Argentina. So you milish my berry. From now on, in Spanish. Hola, ¿qué tal a todos? Voy a darles una charla que es un pantallazo general y una vista sobre Monero, medio de dónde viene, qué es lo que hace, cómo lo hace, qué trata de hacer. Así que bueno, vamos a empezar. Monero, ¿qué no es? Asumo para esta charla que hay cierto conocimiento básico de Bitcoin, blockchains y todo eso. Así que no vamos a explicar muy lo más básico de todo. Pero sí vamos a empezar con algunas diferencias. Por ejemplo, Bitcoin Monero no es un fork de Bitcoin. Viene de un código completamente diferente. Monero está basado en CryptoNote. CryptoNote es un protocolo que fue desarrollado por Nicolas van Saberhagen, es anónimo, lo mismo que Satoshi, el creador de Bitcoin, no sabemos quién es, y armó básicamente un protocolo que era muy similar en su funcionamiento, pero que agregaba unas características sobre todo orientadas a la privacidad. Entonces nosotros podemos decir que Monero es básicamente como una especie de Bitcoin Plus o un Bitcoin más privado con respecto a eso. Nicolas Oppenhagen y un grupo desarrollaron el white paper de CryptoNote, lo lanzaron, al poco tiempo apareció una moneda implementándolo que era Bytecoin, en vez de Bitcoin es Bytecoin, y esa moneda enseguida se sospechó de que tuviera un preminado importante, del orden del 80% del preminado, lo cual es un problema significativo para su distribución, al menos para su distribución ecualitaria. Así que apareció un fork se hizo un fork de Bytecoin Y esta nueva moneda la lanzó también una persona anónima llamada Thankful for Today. Y enseguida empezó a sospecharse de una moneda que estaba relacionada con los anteriores. Y también se volvió muy difícil trabajar con ellos. Esto fue en el 2014, es el origen de Monero. Y esta moneda se llamaba Monero. Y así que bueno, después de estos conflictos en la comunidad, se decidió separarse nuevamente. Y ahí llegamos a Monero, que es como el nombre y la forma que tiene hoy en día. Así que no más Thankful for Today, no más Bitcoin, no más nada. Monero arranca así. Monero significa moneda en Esperanto, lo cual es otra cosa que a mí me gusta bastante de Monero, como buen nerd. Que Esperanto es un lenguaje construido, es un idioma construido que intentó en su momento ser como un idioma universal, pero está bueno porque dentro del ethos de la filosofía de Monero quiere decir que no es de ningún lado y al mismo tiempo es de todos. Así que cualquiera puede adueñarse y no suena demasiado inglés, ni demasiado oriental, ni demasiado nada. Obviamente el Esperanto tiene ciertas tendencias europeas de su origen, pero bueno, la intención es válida. Así que Monero significa moneda. Y bueno, basándonos en Bitcoin, que fue como el padre de todo esto, el abuelo Bitcoin, el papá Bitcoin, Monero hace un par de cosas diferentes. Los que hace similares son la estructura básica, que es igual es Proof of Work. Igual que Bitcoin, tiene mineros que están minando un algoritmo, que verifican transacciones, que agregan transacciones en el próximo bloque. Tiene una blockchain también. Monero también tiene una blockchain pública. La blockchain de Monero no es privada, se puede auditar y revisar y cualquiera la puede revisar. Lo que es privado es a quién corresponden las cosas que están ahí. Pero la blockchain es pública, está compartida, igual que en Bitcoin, está distribuida en nodos a lo largo del mundo. Así que este es otro aspecto que tienen de bueno Monero para evitar los problemas de la centralización, básicamente. Vamos a revisar que... Bien. Voy a tratar de mantenerme como atento al tiempo porque no tengo idea cuánto vamos. Así que, bueno, eso es lo que tienen parecido. Incluso nodos. Tienen nodos, hay una red en la cual los nodos tienen una copia entera de la ledger, de la blockchain, de la lista de transacciones hasta ese momento, con cada bloque. Y estos nodos es a quienes se conectan las wallets o las billeteras o los monederos o no hay mucho consenso en la comunidad hispanohablante de cómo es la manera correcta. Carteras, billeteras, monederos, wallets. Muchas de las terminologías que yo voy a usar las voy a usar en inglés, pero más que nada porque la mayor parte del contenido que hay online es en inglés y muchas veces la vas a ver referido así que es más fácil de encontrarlas. O sea que las wallets se conectan a estos nodos tienen la lista de todas las transacciones, las wallets saben cuál es la llave que pertenece a su dueño, revisan en la lista que tienen los nodos cuáles son las transacciones nuevas o mandan a los nodos las transacciones nuevas que quieren incluir y mandar a otro lado, y estos nodos se comunican entre sí para distribuir la copia actualizada de esta ledger. Así que todo eso es muy similar a Bitcoin en eso. Donde empiezan las diferencias es en cómo Monero trata de conseguir cosas que hace. ¿Cuál era el propósito, digamos, la intención de Bitcoin original? Sigue siendo, pero bueno, ¿cuál es la propuesta de valor? Varias. O sea, para empezar, por ejemplo, vino a ser resistente a la censura. Las transacciones que vos hagas en Bitcoin nadie puede detenerlas, se hacen igual, lo cual no te pueden prohibir. También va a ser como el efectivo para la internet, el cash es plata para internet, que es seguro, que no hay ningún un ente central que venga a decirte, digamos, que vos dependas de ese ente central para asegurar que la red funcione. No hay un Visa, por ejemplo, con sus servidores propios andando y que si explotan desaparece. Y bueno, capaz la más conocida hoy en día, de que estamos más acostumbrados a hablar de esta propuesta, que es el oro digital, ¿viste? Así como oro virtual, que básicamente es poder mantener valor. En el caso de Bitcoin y de la mayoría de las criptos, subir valor, pero más que nada es que tenga valor. O depende cómo quieras verlo, es el fiat lo que va bajando de valor y el Bitcoin siempre será un Bitcoin y el Monero siempre será un Monero. Así que como quieras verlo, mantener valor. Ahora, Monero viene después de Bitcoin. De hecho, Bitcoin es del 2009, empieza en el 2010 más que nada. Monero es 2014. Y en esos años logró como ir repensando cosas que daban ciertas ventajas. ¿Cuáles son? Vamos a revisarlas medio de una. La propuesta principal de Monero al respecto de todo y la más conocida cuando se habla de Monero es la privacidad. Y la privacidad es importante porque no tiene mucho sentido. Porque no tiene mucho sentido, en mi forma de ver, un medio de intercambio de valor que no sea privado. ¿Por qué es esto? Porque, por ejemplo, Bitcoin dice que es resistente a la censura. Y yo digo, sí, muy bien, está bien, Monero también. Pero al ser una blockchain transparente totalmente, si vos estás muy expuesto por hacer esa transacción, ponele que querés enviar un pago hacia, vamos a hacer un caso muy buena onda. Digamos, hay una ONG que es políticamente controversial en tu país, en tu jurisdicción. Como fue el caso, por ejemplo, de Wikileaks. Y vos querés donarle dinero, pero podría ser el día de mañana cualquiera, Wikipedia podría ser. Imagínate que en el lugar que vos vivas, tu gobierno decida que Wikipedia es una fuente de información controversial porque miente y porque no tiene la verdad que el partido gobernante de su momento decide que es la verdad. Entonces, vos querés apoyar Wikipedia, pero por hacer una donación a Wikipedia estarías instantáneamente cometiendo algo ilegal. Entonces, vos podrías... nadie puede censurar tu pago de Bitcoin a esa entidad. No lo pueden detener, pero si por hacerlo vos podés estar expuesto a que cualquiera viendo la cadena de bloques transparente de Bitcoin después te vengan a tocar la puerta o a pateártela y termines preso por eso, digamos que estás protegido contra la censura, pero tenés una contra bastante importante, con lo cual estás disminuyendo bastante la libertad de acción de las personas. Entonces, ese es un típico caso de ejemplo de por qué es bueno tener privacidad. Monero ve esto, vamos a hablar de Monero como una entidad, o sea, las personas que empezaron a apoyar Monero ven esto como un peligro y empiezan a desarrollarlo. ¿Cómo? Y acá es donde más distinto es Monero de Bitcoin, es utilizando un approach que tiene como varias patas. No hay una solución como única y perfecta que decir, bueno, yo aplico esto y instantáneamente tengo privacidad perfecta en todos sus aspectos. Es como una perilla que es on-off. La manera en que Monero adquiere privacidad es en base usando muchas herramientas distintas que las combinadas van aumentando la sensación de privacidad. También te vas a encontrar con que en la comunidad de Monero jamás se habla de privacidad perfecta o de anonimato perfecto porque se entiende que es una persecución continua de un estado ideal que nunca se alcanza del todo. Es como un juego de gato y el ratón en la cual vos vas aumentando la privacidad y ciertas herramientas nuevas empiezan a aparecer para disminuir esa privacidad y vos vas cambiando. Eso se vincula también con la forma en que Monero tiene actualizaciones regulares, que eso lo voy a hablar un poco después. Entonces, hablando de privacidad, como decía, usa varias herramientas. Y acá vamos a ver cómo son las herramientas de Monero. Funcionó. En una transacción normal de Bitcoin o cualquier criptomoneda transparente, tenemos la persona que está enviando, la persona que está recibiendo, el monto, también la metadata de la fecha, en qué momento fue hecho y qué sé yo. Todas estas informaciones van como disminuyendo la privacidad. Entonces, Monero, ¿qué hace? Bueno, tiene varias tecnologías distintas que funcionan para esto. La más conocida es las ring signatures, que vendrían a ser una firma, anillo es un concepto criptográfico, una firma en anillos, en las cuales vos sos un firmante de varios de la transacción. Esto protege a la persona que envía Monero, ¿sí? En el caso actual, esto con el tiempo al principio hasta eran posibles hacer transacciones con un anillo de 0, o sea, de 1, con lo cual obviamente eras vos el que estaba haciendo la transacción. Después fue subiendo porque cada vez que se sube aumenta el tamaño de la transacción y obviamente la red se pone un poco, o sea, aumenta también el tamaño de la blockchain a guardar y todo es más engorroso. A medida que se va optimizando el protocolo y la red es cada vez más liviana, o sea, y se puede mejorar, se puede aumentando este número de firmantes en cada anillo y se entiende que en el futuro sea todavía más grande. Incluso hay algunos desarrollos en curso hoy en día que permitirían anillos como de 100 o cosas así. Pero vamos a ver. En el caso de la ring signature, acá se entiende mejor. Es una cosa así. Cuando yo envío una transacción, ahí está firmando con su llave criptográfica que esta transacción sale de mí y la estoy enviándosela a otro. En el caso de Monero, lo que se hace es que se juntan transacciones, o sea, firmas anteriores, pseudo aleatoriamente, de manera que no sea posible determinar cuáles fueron y por qué elegiste las falsas, obviamente. Y también se trata de evitar, por ejemplo, que sean todas viejas, entonces vos asumís que entonces es la nueva. Y hay muchos vectores de ataque. Hay una serie muy interesante en inglés que trata en YouTube, que se llama Breaking Monero, que la pueden revisar si entienden inglés, que habla de muchos vectores de ataque posibles a Monero. En el caso de las ring signatures, por ejemplo, estas firmas en anillo, acá lo que vemos es que justamente hay varias personas que están firmando y no sabemos exactamente cuál es la verdadera. Con lo cual sería la parte que es menos como absolutamente privada, sino más bien es que te da una posible negación de quién sos vos. Pero vamos a ver que ni siquiera estás tan expuesto así. ¿Por qué? Porque, como bien dice esto, este hermoso gráfico que está sacado del libro Mastering Monero, también se protege a quien lo recibe. El que lo recibe se protege con las stealth addresses, que tampoco hay mucho consenso en español de cómo las llamamos. Si son tipo las direcciones fantasmas, las direcciones furtivas, las direcciones secretas, las direcciones que... las super mega ultra direcciones secretas, no sabemos. Pero las stealth addresses básicamente lo que hacen es que tu wallet, cada vez que vos querés recibir Monero, genera, creo que... Ah, mira. Hay un gráfico similar para eso. Bien. Tu wallet lo que hace es agarrar como tu dirección maestra y genera una dirección privada. Esta stealth address es una dirección querusa, como quieras decirle, que es la que le da la que se anota en la blockchain. ¿Mm? Entonces, cuando vos después en el ledger, en la lista de las transacciones Monero, vos revisás a quiénes fueron mandados Moneros, solamente ves estas transacciones que son generadas para cada transacción, estas direcciones que son generadas para cada transacción individualmente. Con lo cual, no es que sean secretas, sino como que son de un solo uso. Así que no podés vincular dos veces o más en las cuales una persona haya recibido Moneros en la misma dirección. Con lo cual, tampoco por ver la lista pública no puedes calcular cuántos fondos tiene una dirección, habiendo visto desde el principio de los tiempos todas las transacciones que le entraron, que es como la idea. Así que eso lo hace con las stealth addresses. Y la otra tecnología que hay ahí es RingCT o Ring Confidential Transactions, o son transacciones confidenciales en anillo, que básicamente lo que hace la Ring Confidential Transaction es esconde el monto. ¿Por qué? Porque como dije antes, cualquier metadata que se escape sobre la transacción te está desanonimizando un poco. Entonces, si vos supieras exactamente cuál es el monto, por ejemplo, yo te quiero desanonimizar a vos y te mando una transacción de un monto muy particular, después la puedo identificar fácilmente con el momento en la que se hizo y el monto en la cadena de bloques. Entonces, de esa manera puedo ir construyendo un gráfico que de alguna manera me ayude a tratar de ubicarte. Pero con RingCT está protegido eso también. Es criptografía bastante complicada, pero básicamente es como si encerrara el monto real en una matemática super mega ultra complicada, pero que igual es posible de verificar que no se hayan creado moneros de la nada o doble gastado o nada, que el monto que está dentro de ese paquete súper secreto que es la RingCT no está violando la integridad de la cadena de bloques, que nadie está inventando o mandando moneros o recibiendo moneros que no existen o que no existían y que es trampa, y que la suma de los moneros que entran y los moneros que vuelven son iguales. ¿Por qué la suma? Digo, porque Monero funciona parecido a Bitcoin, igual a Bitcoin en ese sentido, en la cual vos tenés outputs que son, digamos, como si fueran los billetes enteros, que tenés un billete de 100, que cada vez vale menos, un billete de 100 y vos tenés que mandar 50. En la realidad, en la vida real, da 100, el otro se queda con 50 y te da el vuelto de un billete de 50. En Monero pasa una cosa parecida. Cuando vos tenías un billete original de 100 y no lo tenés roto en cambio, no tenés cambio para mandar solo los 50, se registra una transacción por 100 y se registran dos transacciones. O sea, uno que son 50 que van al destinatario y 50 que vuelven a vos. O a ti, o a tú. Entonces, esa transacción de vuelta, lo que hace también en la RCT, se puede verificar que, bueno, no estés enviando 100, el otro recibe 50 y vos estás recibiendo 100 de vuelta, por ejemplo, con lo que estás vía tareas inventándote Monero de la nada. Eso está solucionado, pero al mismo tiempo, usando RCT, se protege el monto de la transacción. Y acá hay un aspecto. Si querés verlo en vez de tres patas de la mesa, son los cuatro jinetes del apocalipsis o como quieras verlo, que otro punto importante, no tanto con lo que tiene que ver con cómo queda registrado en la blockchain las transacciones, sino más bien el hecho de que estás usando Monero, es la conexión. La conexión de tu IP, de tu dirección de internet hacia la internet, hacia el nodo al que te conectes, o si estás tu propio nodo local hacia otros nodos. Había un proyecto que era Cobri, después eso no se hizo. Se puede usar Tor, se puede usar I2P, hay aplicaciones posibles para hacerlo. Lo más, digamos que la solución que está implementada hoy en día en el protocolo dentro de Monero, que no es una herramienta extra que tenés que usar, se llama Dandelion++. Y que mejora un poco la manera en que no es que enmascara no mascara tu conexión al nodo, pero mejora la manera en la cual hace como un poco de trampa con el timing en el cual el nodo al que te conectás transfiere después las transacciones a otros nodos y lo va dispersando en la red. Dispersando en la red. Con lo cual es más difícil. Si vos, por ejemplo, sos un gobierno o un adversario con mucho dinero que a propósito pone un montón de nodos en la red, la inunda de nodos para ver que, bueno, yo no sé quién es, pero si tengo muchas orejas, puedo medio escuchar de dónde cayó la piedra, por así decirlo. Entonces, te encontré, estás ahí. Con Dandelion se soluciona un poco eso, porque es la manera en que se dispersa hace muy difícil escuchar de dónde vino la caída de esa piedra. Así que de alguna manera está protegido eso en Monero. Y bueno, esta es la forma en la que Monero más que nada adquiere su privacidad. Hay un montón de casos de uso importantes de por qué una blockchain, una criptomoneda gana muchísimo, digamos, no es indispensable, pero si queremos que sea un método de intercambio de valor, gana muchísimo siendo privada. Por ejemplo, desde seguridad física de los individuos, hay formas en Bitcoin de mejorar tu privacidad, de esconderte un poco tus transacciones y dispersar y usar coin joins y usar otras cosas, pero una de las filosofías que más me gustan de Monero en este sentido es que todos los avances que hace de privacidad están prendidos por defecto. Entonces, desde el usuario, la protección que tiene el usuario más avanzado de Monero y el más nuevo, el más básico, es casi la misma. Es casi la misma. Lo cual es muy democrático en ese sentido y te asegura que tengas un pool de privacidad grande. Digamos, si es buscar una aguja en un pajar, que tengas un pajar lleno de agujas, básicamente, y que no puedas saber cuál es cuál. Por ejemplo, dentro de una familia ultraconservadora, de la misma manera que un individuo puede querer proteger su tráfico de internet por visitar ciertas páginas que son controversiales, o no, lo mismo con sus transacciones. Hay un ejemplo que recuerdo en Mastering Monero, que es en el caso de que, por ejemplo, una familia le dé fondos a su hijo para ayudarlo con los remesas, como en la universidad, por ejemplo, cosas así, y al tener, digamos, en una blockchain transparente, por ejemplo, decir, bueno, te paso una mensualidad X, y después que usa eso como elemento de vigilancia, porque al saber a qué dirección le mandó al hijo las cosas, después también ve a qué direcciones el hijo manda para los gastos. Entonces, de esa manera quedar expuesto. Obviamente el caso de los regímenes totalitarios, de las regulaciones financieras. Por ejemplo, yo en este caso vivo en un país con una depreciación de la moneda constante, histórica y ahí cada vez más acelerada, con lo cual las restricciones a otras monedas son muy fuertes y la gente recurre al mercado negro continuamente para resguardar el valor y sus ahorros. Entonces, al ser algo que es técnicamente ilegal, hoy en día no se persigue demasiado, pero en el momento de hacerlo estarías como necesitando la privacidad de que no solamente puedas comprar la criptomoneda, sino aparte también puedas usarla sin correr un riesgo todo el tiempo. Usar una moneda que no es privada también es un peligro para tu integridad física. Vos podés hacer una transacción persona a persona en algún momento por la venta de cualquier cosa, de un auto, de una guitarra, una planta, y tu comprador ve cuánto monto tenés total en el balance, y cuando vas en persona a entregar el bien te secuestra o cosas así. Así que hay un montón de razonables. Otra cosa, vamos a otro aspecto de Monero en general. El caso de uso de Bitcoin ser el cash para Internet. ¿Sí? ¿Cómo hace Monero? Algunas diferencias que tiene con respecto a eso. Agarra y decidió que el bloque, el tamaño de los bloques en donde se van agregando esas transacciones, sea dinámico. ¿Sí? Con lo cual si Monero se usa más, el espacio que hay en cada bloque para poner transacciones nuevas va creciendo. Acá puedo mostrar. Ahí está. Ahí se ven los bloques, que está relacionado un poco con lo que hablábamos antes. Se ve acá por ejemplo, las transacciones en tiempo real entrando en la lista para ser incluidas en el próximo bloque. Acá tenés transacciones, como podemos ver, esto se relaciona con lo anterior. Acá se puede ver cuánto fue el fee, lo que se pagó, el costo por la transacción, la identificación de cada pago. Vamos a aprovechar para verlo así, que es interesante. Y acá se puede ver lo que yo he dicho de los cambios. Hay un input, hay un billete de ida, el billete de 100. Esta es la imagen que tiene. Y acá se ve que tiene 11 miembros en el anillo. No se sabe cuál es el verdadero. Cada uno con su clave pública. Y acá están las vueltas, que es el cambio. El cambio y la transacción real. Cada uno fue a una dirección distinta. Estas son direcciones de una sola uso, es famosas stealth addresses. Así que no sabemos cuál es el billete de 50 que fue para uno y el que volvió como cambio. Esta es una transacción ahora, incluida en el último bloque. Acá se ven los bloques. Los bloques de Monero están pensados para que sean cada 2 minutos más o menos, no cada 10 como en Bitcoin. Así que tenés que esperar menos para ver si tu transacción entró en un bloque. Y como decía, el tamaño se va variando con el uso de la red. Y ahí entró un bloque nuevo. ¿La idea cuál es? Que si Monero experimenta un uso muy aumentado de su red, como por ejemplo típicamente durante los bull markets, cuando todo el mundo empieza a comprar y vender Monero, se vuelve medio loco. ¿Qué pasaba con muchas monedas? Se pone increíblemente caro. Se ponen muy caras las fees, porque la fee no es otra cosa que el boleto, que es como si todo el tiempo hubiera una subasta para subirse al tren, digamos. Entonces fuera dinámico. El que paga más es el que sube. Cuando se acaba el lugar, se acaba el lugar. Entonces eso pasa. Si vos podías ir aumentando el tamaño de ese tren dinámicamente a medida que se usa más y hay más gente que se lo quiere tomar, eso permite que más gente se suba sin tener que esperar al siguiente. Funciona algo así. Entonces, bueno, acá se ven los bloques entrando. En promedio son 2 minutos. Puede entrar cada 30 segundos, puede entrar cada 4 minutos. Se calcula la dificultad del algoritmo para que sea más o menos cada 2 minutos y sea más o menos regular. Así que eso es lo que hace con respecto a ver si no me pierdo. Bueno, y como mencioné antes en un momento, la red se sigue optimizando. Las últimas optimizaciones que recuerdo fueron Bulletproofs y CLSAG, las dos apuntadas a distintas cosas, pero es básicamente siempre hacer las transacciones lo más pequeñas posibles para que ocupen el menor lugar posible en ese tren, en ese bloque, y lo más rápidas de verificar. ¿Por qué? Porque en una cadena transparente, en el sentido como la de Bitcoin, es más fácil. Vos sabés cuál es la dirección tuya, como la dirección postal de tu casa, y es muy fácil escanear toda la lista y ver cuántas cosas recibiste. Y con eso sabés el monto total de lo que tenés en tu wallet. En Monero, como cada vez cambia, como es todo así, básicamente vos tenés que ir como si tu casilla postal tuviera una llave y vos tuvieras que ir a cada casilla con tu llave, abrirla o no, y decir, esta no abre, esta no abre, esta no abre, esta sí abre, esto es para mí. Y cada vez que revisás esa cadena de bloques tenés que hacerlo una por una. Entonces la velocidad en la cual se revisa eso es muy importante para que usar Monero pase de ser teóricamente bueno a prácticamente deseable, cual es bastante importante. Si es algo muy molesto de usar, nadie lo va a usar. Si es algo muy caro de usar, nadie lo va a usar. Si es algo muy lento de usar, nadie lo va a usar. Y la gracia es que la gente lo use para que esté protegida por la privacidad. Así que esa es como la idea. Vamos acá a ver otra cosa. ¿Cómo funciona la seguridad de la red en Monero? Básicamente, permiso. los que aseguran la red en Monero, como el caso de cualquier criptomoneda que sea Proof of Work, son los mineros. Este es un aspecto bastante especial de Monero también. ¿Por qué? Porque la minería, si se centraliza, se vuelve un peligro. Si vos tuvieras la mayoría de los moneros, o el 51%, la mitad más uno de los mineros, que son los que verifican transacciones nuevas en la red y los que dicen qué transacciones entran y qué transacciones no entran, de facto podrías estar no solo censurando transacciones individuales y disminuyendo bastante la privacidad a nivel general, sino que también vos podrías tomar control sobre el protocolo y hacer cambios que te convengan a vos. Como en cualquier criptomoneda que sea Proof of Work, el consenso al respecto de cuál es la cadena real se mantiene por minería. Entonces, si vos fueras la mayoría de los mineros y te llevas la mayoría del hash power, del poder de procesamiento de esa cadena a otro lado, podrías armar tu propio fork de Monero y decir que ese es el verdadero Monero todo el tiempo. Lo que pasó con Bitcoin, Bitcoin Cash, Bitcoin Sarasa, todos los Bitcoin. Así que la mayoría de las criptomonedas tratan de evitar la centralización. Y todos dicen ser descentralizadas de una manera u otra. La manera en la que Monero lo hace es tratando de tener la minería basada en un algoritmo lo más descentralizable posible. ¿Sí? Y lo más desoptimizable posible. ¿Por qué? Porque lo que pasa cada vez que vos sacas un algoritmo nuevo es que obviamente no todos los equipos lo minan igual de bien. El que mina un poco mejor que el otro adquiere una ventaja que todo el tiempo se va como apilando sobre la otra y termina adquiriendo más poder. Por ejemplo, si vos minás un 10% más efectivamente que el de al lado, agarrás y tenés un 10% más de efectivo para en la siguiente iteración tener más equipos, para tener más minado, para tener más efectivo, para todo. Entonces terminás con una centralización súper masiva. Monero, ¿qué hizo? Monero funciona, en vez de tener como forks soft o cosas, o digamos, cambia, es como que hace un fork a propósito, cambia a propósito casi Monero entero y hace más o menos incompatible con la versión anterior. Esto se hacía cada 6 meses, más o menos cada 6 meses, 2 veces por año. Y se actualizaban, se agregaban características nuevas a la moneda. Por ejemplo, esto, bulletproof. Se puede hacer las transacciones la mitad de, no sé, 80% más livianas. Listo, lo hacemos en el próximo fork. Se actualiza eso como si se actualizara tu app. Y los anteriores dejan de poder conectarse a la red y los nuevos nos pasamos todos a esta red nueva que es más liviana. ¿Qué pasa con la minería? Monero cada vez que hacía un fork trataba de cambiar el algoritmo para qué. ¿Qué iba pasando? Cuando había empresas que desarrollaban ASICs, que son básicamente hardware especializado para minar un algoritmo en particular, son generalmente mucho mejores que usar, por ejemplo, una CPU, una GPU o lo que sea que es más de uso general. Esos ASICs empiezan a dominar la red y empiezan a excluir a todos los jugadores chiquitos del pool de minería. Creo que acá hay un gráfico copado en lo cual... acá está. Bien. Acá se ve bien. Vamos a ponerlo acá. Así se ve mejor. Que cada vez el hash power o el poder que tenía la red en Monero iba subiendo la cantidad de gente o la cantidad de mineros o la cantidad de efectividad de esas máquinas minando Monero. Y ya hasta el punto donde se hace un fork y se volvía a resetear, que es lo que se usaba para minar. Y, oh casualidad, cada vez que pasaba eso, bajaba muchísimo, como se ve acá, en menor medida acá también. Bajaba muchísimo la cantidad de poder en la red. Con lo cual, hay una gran sospecha de que lo que pasaba en este momento, es que más o menos en esta línea sería la capacidad de procesamiento que tenían todos los jugadores pequeños, la gente minando en este momento con placas gráficas. El algoritmo de Kryptonite que se usaba. Y todo este excedente eran todos los ASICs pertenecientes a un conglomerado centralizado, por ejemplo, al fabricante de ASICs. Ven que está peligrosamente más de la mitad. Entonces se hacía esto, se reseteaba. Durante todo este periodo se supone que no aparecían porque una vez que tenés un cambio de algoritmo hay que hacer desarrollo, armar los chips, fabricarlos, ponerlos en lista y qué sé yo, y empezar a usarlos. Empezaba a subir de vuelta el hash rate. Monero cambiaba y se volvía a resetear. Esto provocaba cierto problema en la red. Es molesto, el fin era noble, pero hace poco relativamente, unos meses, quizás ya fue el año pasado y no me acuerdo, se pasó a RandomX. RandomX es un algoritmo que tiene ciertas características que lo hacen muy engorroso. Básicamente va cambiando aleatoriamente cómo funciona. Entonces vos no podés diseñar un hardware específico para minar eso. De hecho, si lo fabricaras, si lo diseñaras, te minarías básicamente con un procesador de uso común, con cual RandomX se mina con CPUs. CPUs se entiende que son todavía más democráticas que una placa gráfica porque son chips hechos por Intel, por AMD, por lo que sea, y se usan para un montón de cosas en el mundo. Entonces tampoco hay posibilidad de que si alguien inventara, por ejemplo, que pasa a veces con los ASICs, si alguien inventara un procesador más bueno que el resto para minar RandomX, estaría genial porque inventaría un procesador más bueno para la computación en general. Así que minar Monero no sería la mayor fuente de su ganancia tampoco. Así que de esa manera, a partir de ahí, como se puede ver en el gráfico aumentó muchísimo el hash rate. Hay mucha más gente y muchos más individuos minando Monero que lo que había antes y está más descentralizado. Acá, por ejemplo, podemos ver la distribución de las distintas pools, son los grupos en los cuales la gente se agrupa y manda sus hashes para cobrar más seguido. Si no estás como esperando que toque la lotería de que hayas minado justo el bloque vos con tu computadora sola, pero mandas tu hash a un pool y acá vemos que la distribución de los pools ninguno es mayor a la mitad. O sea que tampoco tenés un super ultra mega grande jugador determinando lo que pasa y lo que no pasa en la red. Eso es con respecto a la minería. Y después, características de Monero con respecto a lo que Bitcoin llama el oro digital, el resguardo de valor. Voy a tomar un poco de agua. Espero no estar yendo demasiado rápido o demasiado lento. No lo sé. Si tuviera público acá me daría cuenta por las caras de gente que dice tipo ¡buh! O se está durmiendo. O dice tipo apúrate, idiota. Pero no está pasando. Las maravillas de la virtualidad. Oro. ¿Cómo funciona algunas características de Monero comparadas con la de Bitcoin, que son las más conocidas, al respecto de qué quiere hacer? Obviamente mantener el valor. De hecho, por mucha minería que tengas, si la criptomoneda no tiene valor, todos los incentivos, la maravilla de la criptomoneda en general, que son incentivos alineados, sin tener que confiar a un tercero ni un ente emisor de nada, se caen porque si no hay valor, no hay costo para hacer trampa, básicamente. Así que por suerte hay ciertos diseños que Bitcoin tiene para mantener su valor. Por ejemplo, ser escaso. Y Monero también hace. Así como en Bitcoin hay 21 millones de emisión total, en Monero hay 18 algo, 18 y pico, que se emiten de manera distinta. Como dije también, es Proof of Work, así que los mineros reciben las fees de las transacciones, pero también la manera en la que nuevos moneros entran al sistema es a través de las recompensas por cada bloque minado, los block rewards, igual que en Bitcoin. Está pasando un avión, espero que se escuche. Acá tengo un gráfico en la que se ve la curva de emisión de Bitcoin y de Monero. Bitcoin, como se sabe, tiene el famoso halvening, que es que cada 4 años aproximadamente esa recompensa que va de los moneros se reduce a la mitad de golpe. Si era 10 pasa a ser 5, si era 5 pasa a ser 2,5 y así, así, así. Va escalonado. En Monero es una curvita así hermosa y lenta, con lo cual cada bloque tiene un poquito menos que el anterior y la emisión se va reduciendo de manera pareja, con lo cual no hay sorpresas tampoco, como bueno, tampoco hay sorpresas en Bitcoin porque se sabe que va a venir, pero digamos, no altera demasiado, nunca se altera demasiado el modelo de rentabilidad de la minería en ese sentido. Y acá lo que vemos es que lo que hace Bitcoin, por ejemplo, es que hay una total de 18 millones, de 21 millones, y lo que hace Monero es que hay un total de 18 y hace un poquito de trampa y sigue emitiendo a la eternidad. Entonces, vos pensarás, o tú pensarás, qué problema, porque eso quiere decir que básicamente Monero, Argentina, Venezuela, Zimbabue, no. La emisión de Monero después de los 18 millones es controlada y súper ultra baja. Lo que se hace es relacionado con la minería. Como dije, Bitcoin recibe, las dos criptos reciben, los mineros reciben los fees de las transacciones y también reciben la recompensa por cada bloque minado nuevo. ¿Qué va a pasar? No se sabe, depende a quién le preguntes, cuando ya se hayan emitido los 21 millones de Bitcoin y no haya más y los mineros tengan que vivir solamente de las transacciones que se hacen, de los fees que se le agregan a las transacciones que hacen. En un escenario súper, asumiendo todo que Monero y Bitcoin siguen vivos hasta el 2040, no sé cuándo es, que se van cortando. Si vos tuvieras lo que te pasaría es que si Bitcoin fuera tan caro y tan valioso que no se usara básicamente casi nunca, no hay Bitcoin nuevos que entran al sistema porque ya se cortó y se acabaron los 18 millones, hay una gran falta de incentivo, o sea, hay un incentivo a que vos muevas tu moneda lo menos posible porque es carísimo esa fee. Para que los mineros vivan de eso te van a pedir un montón de comisión por cada transferencia que hagas. Que está bien, en ese momento capaz que son solo bancos centrales que tienen Bitcoin y cada transacción es solamente de 1 millón de Bitcoin y de 1 millón de dólares y solamente se usa Lightning Network para mandar eso, pero es todo un sí, muchos sí. ¿Qué hace Monero? Dice, bueno, mira, vamos a mantener todas las propiedades austríacas, si querés, de la emisión acotadas. Va a haber nada más que 18 millones, pero vamos a agregar una recompensa fija que es de 0,6 moneros, o sea, menos de un monero por bloque, más o menos, y cada bloque es cada 2 minutos. Y con eso, más las fees, los mineros van a estar incentivados, aún después de los 18 millones originales, a seguir trabajando y a seguir asegurándolo. ¿Por qué es importante esto también? Porque si baja la cantidad de mineros, baja la cantidad de electricidad que la red requiere para funcionar bien. Si baja la cantidad de electricidad, cada vez un jugador más pequeño o un interés más pequeño con menos plata, básicamente porque equipos y electricidad es plata, menos recursos, puede estropear la red, puede hacer transacciones falsas, puede autoverificarse, puede romper un montón de cosas. Entonces vos querés que la red sea lo más cara posible y la manera en que la red es lo más cara posible es que la recompensa a esos mineros que participan de ella sea lo más tentadora posible. Entonces Monero hace esto, ves la curva como funciona y después de cierto punto la transacción, la recompensa es fija, la emisión es fija. Pero un dato importante es que no es fija en porcentaje, no es un 1%, no es como la inflación, no sé, americana, 2%, 3% anual. Es fija en número, es 0,6 Monero por bloque. Con lo cual, el porcentaje de la torta total de moneros que hay en circulación al ser fija, cada año, o sea, cada momento va bajando. Esos 0,6%, esos 0,6 moneros es cada vez un pedacito más chiquitito de la torta general de moneros. Con lo cual, creo que ya al principio la inflación es menor al 1% anual y después con el tiempo va disminuyendo ese porcentaje hasta teóricamente casi cero. ¿Mm? En el momento ya se tener, no sé, 50 millones de moneros, esos 0,6 moneros por bloque es cada vez más pequeño. Así que igual es re, ultra, mega deflacionaria. Y súper escasa. Así que bueno, esas son las características principales de Monero como criptomoneda. ¿Cómo funciona en la realidad? Es uno de los aspectos más bonitos y lindos de Monero es su comunidad. Tengo una imagen re linda de comunidad. Es su comunidad. Obviamente el código de Monero es open source. Es todo open source, todo abierto, todo libre, todo auditable. Se puede revisar. Tiene un core, un grupo core de desarrolladores, el medio, el centro, desarrolladores principales de Monero. Está abierto las contribuciones a cualquiera, está en GitHub. Vos podés escribir tu código para Monero y si es bueno lo van a aceptar. Obviamente no hay preminado, ya lo mencioné. Tampoco hay un porcentaje del bloque ni sacás que se mantenga separado para el desarrollo. No hay treasury, no hay ninguna de esas cosas. Así que todo el desarrollo de Monero se basa en individuos que están ofreciéndose voluntariamente sin ningún tipo de remuneración económica, que ya vimos que funciona para algunas cosas muy bien. Ejemplo, Wikipedia, estándares de internet y cosas así. Pero algunos de sus desarrolladores están bancados por la comunidad y se hace de una manera muy voluntaria, que se hace a través del CSS. ¿CSS? CSS es el de código. CSS, Community Crowdfunding Service, que acá puedo mostrar. Está acá. El Community Crowdfunding System, que es un sistema en el cual vos, cualquiera, puede postularse. Decir, yo tengo tal idea. Quiero, por ejemplo... Bueno, un ejemplo, ese fue el libro en el cual yo hice las ilustraciones. Está escrito por Serhack, un miembro de la comunidad. ¿Qué se hizo? Dijo, bueno, quiero escribir un libro sobre Monero para explicar a la gente cómo es Monero y cómo funciona. Muchas de las ilustraciones que vieron vienen de ese libro. Armó una propuesta. Las propuestas se ven así, por ejemplo. Ahí queda una sin completarse, está casi completada. 224. Ah, no, está completada, mirá. Se arma una propuesta. Miembros del core la revisan, se fijan que si la persona es más o menos nueva o no, si es de confianza. De alguna forma, y obviamente cualquiera podría juntar moneros por su cuenta, pero esta es la forma en la que la comunidad se autoorganizó para juntar fondos para poder sustentarse. Entonces, lo que hace es hacer una propuesta, se detalla cuál es la propuesta, se requieren tanta cantidad de moneros y hay unas direcciones en las cuales se puede donar. Obviamente hay ballenas, hay whales más grandes que de golpe capaz que donan de a 100 moneros, hay un montón de contribuciones pequeñas, se puede discutir y cada propuesta viene obviamente con ciertas entregables que dice, bueno, yo voy a hacer, en el caso del libro, vamos a hacer este boceto, primero lo vamos a poner de tal forma, van a poder verificar cuáles son la tabla de contenidos, estas son las personas que van a trabajar, esta persona va a trabajar en el diseño, otra en la ilustración, esta va a ser de editor, esta persona la va a escribir. Éramos todos miembros de la comunidad Monero y más o menos conocidos. Y luego se comienza, se va rindiendo cuentas del progreso. Acá, por ejemplo, se puede ver el trabajo en proceso. Usualmente se juntan, por ejemplo, montos para traducciones al español, a otros idiomas, para traducir ya sean las wallets, la wallet oficial, para traducir la página de Monero. Hubo y hay como es pedidos para hacer contenido, como podría ser esta charla. Hubo videos, cosas explicando Monero. Y bueno, también están aquí los que están completos. Y de esa manera, por ejemplo, se fueron subvencionando y bancando los sueldos, de alguna manera, de algunos de los desarrolladores de los criptógrafos más importantes de Monero, como el caso de Saran Noether, que hasta hace poco es como que está en una especie de vacaciones autoinfligidas, pero que van provocando muchos de los cambios positivos que tiene la red. Así que todo funciona así. Tengamos en cuenta que Monero hoy en día es la tercer criptomoneda en cantidad de desarrolladores activos que tiene en el GitHub. Con lo cual es muy activa y y la verdad que con sinceridad goza de un prestigio bastante alto dentro de la comunidad de las criptomonedas en general, digamos, incluso desde de varios maximalistas de Bitcoin, no tan maximalistas como para aceptarlo, pero sí, es bastante seria y bastante poco scam en lo que refiere a esto. Y entonces está ese grupo central que determina algunas cosas, está el CSS para poder financiar desarrollos en la moneda. Y espero que alguien se ocupe de eso. Ahí está. Acá está el... Y bueno, y entonces la parte social de Monero se arma básicamente en varios canales. Hay canales de IRC, hay canales de... hay canales como por ejemplo está en Reddit, está el subreddit de Monero principal. Casi todos son en inglés. Hay un grupo de Telegram en español, que es el lugar más activo de Monero en español como para poder hablar con otros hispanohablantes y buscar ayuda y opiniones sobre cosas de Monero. Y todo eso es bastante orgánico. Vos puedes hablar en tu propio grupo, hay muy poca discusión de precios, salvo en el subreddit de Monero Trader. Se trata de que sea bastante, de alguna manera, cypherpunk y genuino en los intereses que hay en las discusiones. Y bueno, Monero está en un montón de wallets. Hoy en día, cuando yo entré en 2007, todavía no había ninguna móvil. Están las wallets oficiales para desktop, en Windows, están en Windows, en Mac, en Linux. Hay de línea de comandos, si sos como nerd nivel Dios. Hay GUI gráficas para que puedas usar más fácilmente. Están todas en la página de Monero. La página oficial de Monero es getmonero.org, no es Monero solo. La voy a mostrar acá. ¿Sí? Vas a getmonero.org y te fijas en downloads, están las wallets, está la wallet oficial. Hoy en día es mucho más fácil que antes. Hay wallets para móviles, está K-Wallet en iPhone y ahora también está en Android. Está Monerujo, que fue la primer wallet ever en móvil para Monero, de la cual yo soy miembro del grupo de desarrollo. Hago los dibujitos también ahí, me pueden putear. Y está MyMonero, que usa otra forma, que tiene una ventaja MyMonero, que es que está cediendo un poco de la privacidad porque le das tu llave pública al servidor de ellos. La pública, no tienen control de tus fondos, pero pueden revisar tus transacciones que entran sin que vos tengas que estar conectándote, con lo cual es más rápido para montos pequeños. Tanto Cake como Monerujo funcionan de otra manera, funcionan conectándose a un nodo y vos mantenés como toda la información de tu lado en el lado de tu wallet y solamente le pedís al nodo que te muestre todas las transacciones que hubo y vos te fijas cuáles son las tuyas, con lo cual son más privadas todavía. Y son bastante convenientes. Y tenés Edge también, que creo que tiene multimoneda, dentro de los cuales está Monero, y tenés soporte de hardware, de wallets de hardware en Ledger y en Trezor. Castelo era un proyecto, o está ahí medio en pausa indeterminada, de de una hardware específica, una billetera de hardware específica de Monero, open source, libre, super copada, que todavía no existe. Se llamaría Castelo. Así que bueno, dentro de poco vamos a tener, espero, noticias de ese desarrollo. Así que bueno, espero que les hayan gustado la charla. Eso es más que nada. Por favor, recuerden, la privacidad es importante. Es muy fácil. Yo no soy programador, no vengo de ese palo y pude meterme en la comunidad de Monero ayudando con lo que pude, con lo que sé hacer. Que hay espacio para todos, hay espacio para gente de sistemas, obviamente, criptógrafo, matemático, lo que sea, pero también gente que sabe dibujar más o menos, gente que le gusta hablar en público, gente que disfrute de escribir. Necesitamos contenidos, sobre todo gente en español que tenga ganas. Hay un podcast en español, eh, grabo con el amigo Rotten, que estamos tratando de que haya justamente más contenido disponible en español para que todos se puedan acercar y disfrutar de los beneficios de que Monero exista. Que la verdad que suena como algo bastante idealista, pero es real, funciona y funciona hoy y se puede usar hoy. No es una cosa que va a estar solamente en el futuro. Así que estoy en la hora. Les agradezco a todos por haber escuchado esta cosa y obviamente se pueden comunicar conmigo. Soy ANHDRES en Twitter, capaz la forma más fácil. O mi página es anh.c.es. Y de esa manera comunicarse conmigo, hacer preguntas y lo que quieran es bienvenido, cualquier feedback. Muchas gracias por escuchar y nada, espero que les haya gustado. Adiós.
I've been muted this whole time. Oh man. Okay. You guys can hear me now, right? Okay. So I mean, I guess it could have been worse. You were looking at my happy smiling face for a little while, so that's okay. Yeah, I was just going over here talking and rambling about stuff. You guys can't even hear me. Uh, anyway, just wanted to say thank you so much, Andres, for making this for us. What a great resource. Can't believe I didn't ask him to make something like this sooner. I'm just going to put it on the YouTube channel. It was very, very thorough and fantastic with illustrations and incredible. That is all that we have for today. Thank you so much for those of you that are joining us or have joined us this past day. We have 2 more days of content coming up. Go to monerovillage.org. I'll go ahead and put it in the chat right now. monerovillage.org. Go ahead and go to monerovillage.org to see our schedule. Tomorrow we've got some great talks. Sorry, I'm so embarrassed. So embarrassed you guys couldn't even hear me. Tomorrow we've got Dr. Daniel Kim's Sound Money Talk. If you haven't heard it, it is extremely thorough look into Monero, economics, technology, everything. It's basically my talk 2.0. He goes into everything in much more detail. Really, if you haven't seen that one, you're not going to want to miss it. I'm up again tomorrow talking about privacy, the value of privacy in our current and everyday world. One of the moderators, Need Money 90, he's going to be talking about the moderation of Monero. You know, how does one moderate a decentralized community? How do you make rules, enforce rules, change rules in a community that is decentralized? We've got Michael, MSVB, our hardware guy. He's going to be talking about contactless electronics. So that's something also to look forward to. And then last but not least, we have Ruben Yap from Zcoin, which has just rebranded to Firo. And he's going to be talking about Firo's new Lelantis protocol, which they are going to be launching sometime early next year, which is a cool privacy protocol that is going to hopefully advance the whole privacy space as a whole. So that's all we have for today. Thank you so much for joining us on this stream. I hope you liked it. We are still available on the Discord for Grayhat. Monero Village has a little channel there. Come by, say hi. Come by, ask questions. We're more than happy to talk with people there as well. I will see you guys tomorrow starting at 10 a.m. Central Time, where we've got that extra great content. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming. It's time to end the stream. Bye-bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Love you. See you tomorrow. Bye.